human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966, in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ig Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today in office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Aige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Aige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Igboje Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist. And just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. This is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, from works, done by masters like that. After a while, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, her works, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, I've got to focus on investments now.
He collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Aige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Aige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Aige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed, we scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, you know. Those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ige Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Igboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Igboje Ige Imokwede is back again. Ige Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ige Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
The much-anticipated Super Leader Conference kicked off with energy and enthusiasm in Lagos as the host, Apostle Success Haruna, delivered a transformative opening presentation. The conference, themed Leader Shift, brought together renowned speakers to redefine leadership and influence. The first speaker set the tone, emphasizing the essence of a super leader, one who communicates effectively, provides resources, recognizes both the strengths and weaknesses of others, and supports them rather than feeling insecure. He also highlighted team building as a critical component of leadership.
One of the factors is because our marriage is a beautiful marriage for 17 years. So we have been able to model what a good marriage is to the people. Speaking, I have up to 16 people, 14 to 16 people living in my house. It has been so from the day one of our marriage. They've never heard our voice. 17 years together as husband and wife. They've never seen us scream at each other. They've never seen us fight. They've never seen us argue, and they're hearing our voices outside. In 17 years of marriage, with the number, we have never had less than 10 people live with us from the day one of our marriage until this present moment. So what you model as a leader is easily communicated to your subject. That's where
The second speaker, Emeka Anslim, stressed that leadership is not about appointment or selection, but about direction. He illustrated this with an analogy.
You've created freedom to learn other things. Seeing that he's going to learn again while others teach. Then when he comes back on top again. Right? Transfer yourself in people so they can take up tasks for you. When you raise leaders, you gain far more people than you can ever imagine in this world. Raise leaders, transfer your values, your nature, your culture into people. This is so important. This is so important. One of the ways by which we become an effective leader, productive, produce people after your kind. That's what God even commanded. Produce people after what? Produce after what? Your kind.
According to him, effective leadership attracts followership by sustaining the interest of those who believe in and depend on a leader's vision. He emphasized vision, uniqueness, innovation, and creativity as core pillars of leadership. Adding a touch of humor and engagement, The third speaker, Ambassador Victor Walsh Oluwafemi, led participants in a brief exercise before moving into his presentation. He focused on leadership as influence, referencing key individuals who have impacted lives in diverse ways. He reminded participants that learning and education comes at a cost, making the convener's fee gesture invaluable.
And I grabbed that message as leadership is influence.
Yeah.
You can influence people either positively or negatively. And the question I ask people that what has been your influence? What have you been able to do in people's life? Are you able to influence them positively or negatively? Many of us do this a lot. The role of social media. That even as a leader, you need to be conscious of how you portray yourself on social media, right? That's why I went to that handsome man, Uncle Portable. Again, you know, social media has revolutionized leadership influence. However, it must be managed wisely. So we see some crazy set of very young boys, sorry for my language, and some will just come and say, I'm the coach.
Of influence. He also advised leaders to be strategic, particularly in the use of social media, emphasizing the importance of knowing when to.
The conference was amazing. Leadership was the real deal. It was content rich. All the speakers were very impactful. The points were, very, very valid and practicable. So it was a very big one for me. I'm so grateful that I'm here today. This is the best use of my time today.
To realize that to be a leader, a true leader, you have to show your followers what you want them to do. You share your vision with them and also do the work. Let them see what you're doing. They'll be able to replicate.
Basically, for me, is emotional intelligence in influence, in influencing people. So it's so profound for me, and I'm taking that back into my space.
The third speaker, he got to identify some types of leaders, and one of them was a transformational leader. That was really awesome. I'd like to be a transformational leader, one that leads and then leave a mark when I'm gone. Yes.
And reassess. The conference wrapped up.
Nigerian leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years, as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional, but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted, sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways, from sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories. The Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather product is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, the success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition from imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. There is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods, both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather.
Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and government to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcement has been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift towards a responsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs, creating an ecosystem where post-consumer waste is collected, processed, and refused. Retailers and distributors are being encouraged and in some cases incentivized to set up collection points where consumers can return used packaging for responsible disposal. There is also brand-driven consumer education. Organizations have introduced citizen advocacy campaigns to influence individual waste disposal behavior. This kind of messaging, when amplified by large brands, can have a ripple effect in shifting cultural habits. Beyond environmental responsibility, investing in circular economy models enhances long-term profitability, strengthens brand equity, and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. To effectively shape consumer behavior and stakeholders' engagement, businesses must leverage communication strategies that go beyond compliance reports. Employees should be active participants in sustainability efforts.
It's another new day for us to take advantage of the day and make right what was wrong yesterday, and also look for opportunities to shine a light so brightly that everyone can see. Whether it's darkness, shine your light. I'm blessed in the HA. Welcome you to the front burners. What do we burn here? Critical issues. Why do we burn them? We do so because we want things to get better. And I'm sure you belong to that class of people who intends to make things better. Onyepere Kumale and Mike Korenko is here this morning, and we're all set to treat you to a wonderful time on the show. Hello, Prayer. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Blessing. How are you?
I'm good. I'm great.
Good morning to you, Lagos. Good morning to you, Nigerians. It's another wonderful time here again in your presence. Blessing, I said it all.
All right, so I'll take you through the rundown of the show. The first is something you don't want to miss. That's one beautiful lady giving you the news in a way that you don't even feel like it's news, but yes, you're getting informed. And after that, we come to analyze some stories that were able to make it into the news. You know, there are different stories, but what are those very interesting ones, those very important ones that you need to just know, understand what the story is about? And then we'll get on to policy discuss, where we'll treat critical political policy matters and look at the impact of the policies. Of course, you get to speak, and that's on post and perspectives. There is sports for those who know how to play football, lawn tennis, table tennis, whatever kind of sport. All these you'll enjoy in the course of the show. I ask that you stay with us the entire time. Let's get on now to Swift Adirito. She's looking like a Nigerian child. Ask me why. She's wearing the Nigerian color, green. Hello, Swift.
Good morning. See, I'm very patriotic this morning.
Oh, yes.
Because doctor is not here. You know, it's the one that says good morning, good Nigeria.
Yes.
And you know, doctor is my... So
He's your personal person.
He's my personal person. Although you have been trying to take him from me, but what can we do to
I don't try. I'm family. I'm there.
see, she's just giving me punchlines. First of all, I love you. I love your outfit.
Thank you.
Nice.
You
I
look
love
great
the
as well.
Something I'm going to steal.
No, I told you that I had to increase my security guard, so that's not even possible.
Priya, you are with me on this one. Good morning.
Yes, I am. Good morning.
Oh, you're wearing a brilliant tie because doctor is not around. Nice
Thank
one. All right. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Africa. This is something you don't want to miss. Let's jump right into it. Mother Teresa says that inner peace begins with a smile. So smile, because it's Tuesday. Talking about smiling, the Lagos state government has put smiles on people's faces as they announced the plans to provide free open heart surgery for 30 patients. Speaking on Monday at the Lagos State Teaching Hospital, Commissioner for Health, Professor Akin Abayomi, said the initiative, fully sponsored by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, aims to support those who cannot afford the procedure. The surgeries, which cost 8.5 million per patient, will contribute or will be conducted in 3 phases: April, August, and December. Abayomi highlighted the financial burden on patients who often seek treatment abroad due to lack of specialized medical equipment and expertise in Nigeria. He says if patients do not have access to these surgeries, they will die from conditions. Being a responsible government, we do what we can. On behalf of Souq News TV and, of course, myself, we say thank you to the Lagos State government for this gesture. Of course, my next story. The Association of Mama Boys in Nigeria share hot pounded yam and egusi as the Ondo State Governor, Mr. Lucky Ayedetiwa, on Monday officially launched the male child sensitization program in Akure, the state's capital. According to the governor, the program aims to promote gender equality and change traditional norms. The launch took place in 3 schools in Ondo town. Speaking during the event, the governor is represented by his special advisor on women affairs, Dr. Sheun, reaffirmed the administration's commitment to promoting gender equality and empowering all children to achieve to their full potential regardless of sex. The program, he explained, is designed to educate and sensitize young boys about gender issues, reproductive health, and the importance of respecting women's rights. Thank you, Ondo State government, for bringing up our young boys to start to, value women in their lives. This is a good one. And of course, the final story for the day. Reports reaching us says business center owners and some tech guys shake in their houses as the National Identity Management Commission has raised an alarm over unauthorized printing of the national identity number cards by individuals, cyber cafes, and organizations around the country. The Commission cautioned the public against patronizing such services, emphasizing that only official NIMC general multipurpose cards is legally recognized. In a statement issued on Monday and signed by the head of corporate communications, Dr. Kayode Adegoke, NIMC described the illegal printing of NIN cards as a violation of the NIMC Act number 23 of 2007. The Commission warned that security agencies have been directed to clamp down on anyone caught printing, selling, or issuing fake NIN cards, and they should be made to face the full wrath of the law. They say nothing can bring peace of mind to you than yourself, so ensure you find peace in all you do today. My name is Swift Aderito, and of course, I'm not just leaving you, I'm handing you over to the capable hands of the front burner team. See you at the top.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, Souq News.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, Souq Enlightenment.
Time now to take another look at some of the stories that have made headlines, and we'll begin with the story. This says the Security and Exchange Commission, SEC, warns against fraud in Nigeria's capital markets and announces stricter measures to protect investors. Oh yes, this would not be the first time that SEC in recent times has warned against fraudsters, fraudulent schemes, and even companies that SEC says are not listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. They do not trade, and have warned Nigerians to be wary of such investment schemes, such investment companies, and they say they've imposed, they've announced stricter measures to ensure that it is not easy for any company to defraud people using the Nigerian capital market. And so, according to the Director General of SEC, Imamotimi Agama, he said that operators engaging in unscrupulous practices will face strict penalties as the Commission prioritizes safeguarding investors' interests. So where he cited the Investment and Securities Act 2007, which serves as a framework for securities regulation in Nigeria to ensure that market operators adhere to high ethical standards. It's becoming worrisome when, there are different investment schemes, and some of them are legitimate, some of them are fraudulent. You have Ponzi scheme, but when it seems like the capital market now is where fraudsters try to go to or try to carry out their practices, then it becomes very worrisome the level at which fraud is getting to.
Okay, so when this warning came out, one of the questions I asked myself was that, well, so is it possible for fraudsters to, commit, the fraudulent acts in the Securities Exchange Commission, in the capital market? And since the SEC has been charged and saddled with the responsibility to make sure that the capital market is clean and pure, so I was wondering if, let's assume, before SEC will come out with this, there must have been some instances where they might have seen the games, the antics, the maneuverings of these fraudsters who, might have come into the system, some of the schemes they might have been pulling on people. And the Securities and Exchange Commission must have received some form of warning, or there will be some alarm systems that must have been set in place by the Commission to make sure that such fraudulent act is not perpetrated in the system. Because if this is not taken care of, or if some heads do not roll, if they don't make a public statement of some persons who are trying to carry out those schemes, investment confidence might or will be destroyed. Foreign direct investment, foreign portfolio investment, and some of these investors that Nigeria is trying to garner from abroad to come and invest their funds in the country, if they begin to see traces of, perpetration of fraudulent act in the Nigerian capital market, it's going to be a turn-off for investors who might want to come put up their money. But at the same time, I equally want to say those who perpetrate this act of investment in the Nigerian capital market, as formidable as it is, I wonder what kind of mind, what kind of maneuvering they set in place. How would they want to perpetrate such acts? Is it by what they normally call speculations, or by what means exactly are they going to deploy?
Okay.
How would they going to set in motion?
The SEC is actually carrying out such awareness campaign, trying to warn people. Even in 2022, there was a list of companies that were unregistered with SEC that they released to say these companies are not registered with SEC. They are not listed on the capital market, and so whatever investment schemes that they're running, you do patronize them at your own risk. So if you ask how they're going to carry it out, we have investment companies, and they are supposed to be brokers, or they're supposed to have brokers who trade stock for people. They're supposed to also be able to offer investment advice. And, for a different investment portfolio, they should be able to guide to say, okay, let's divest. You want to invest in this particular stock, in these and in that. So they are able to actually guide your investment and take care of your investment for you. Some persons have shares. Some persons have bought shares in companies that they didn't do that by themselves. They went through a broker who perhaps is affiliated or works with an investment firm. And to give themselves some form of credibility, they tell customers that they are registered with SEC. So you become relaxed when an investment firm tells you that they are registered with SEC, and so they can carry out transactions on your behalf in terms of transactions like buying shares and all of that. But when SEC turns out lists like this, it helps people know that, first of all, there was some dishonesty here. They were not registered, but they claimed to be registered. And so if you have to invest with them, you're doing so at your own risk. So since they're not registered with SEC, the chances that whatever investment they do for you actually happens, maybe you give money to buy shares, chances that those shares were actually bought is very, very slim. And even when they do buy shares, it may not be your money's worth, And so the trading advice or the financial advice you're expecting that they would give is not what you can rely on. Even recently, when SEC actually still released the list of some companies that were not registered with them, some of them were investment firms who were into real estate investment, stock, and some other investments. You will still find the offices of these firms operational, still existing, with people still going over there to patronize them or to consult them, because not everyone reads, not everyone listens to the news, not everyone is even aware of SEC. So do they even know what SEC is saying or what SEC is doing? So I think that SEC needs to do a lot more in terms of sensitization, creating the awareness in people that before you consult a broker, before you consult an investment firm, before you buy shares, no matter who's telling you that so-and-so company has been listed, you're buying shares, you have to invest in them. Be sure to do your due diligence. Don't just rely on information a broker or investment firm is giving to you. Do your own due diligence to be sure that these firms are actually registered with SEC. And I think there should be a way to check when you go to SEC's website to check for companies registered with SEC so that you can actually do your own due diligence on your own. If a company has been listed, yes, SEC do actually release lists of companies that have been listed. So you know this company is listed, this is how much their shares are selling for, and so you are guided and not falling into the hands of fraudsters. In these days where we talk about multiple streams of income and some persons want to be passive investors, it's quite easy for people to fall prey to things like that.
Okay, so the thing is, first of all, what gave the wherewithal for these companies to exist could be that first of all they are registered with the company, the CAC.
The CAC, yes.
So if they are registered with the CAC, they have a right to operate. However, because SEC is not the regulatory body for companies that should fall under the companies that are listed to operate in the Nigerian in the Nigerian capital market, rather. So they now have to meet up a certain threshold, a certain standard and criteria for them to operate on that level. Now, if the thing is, if they don't meet up that standard, then they keep still operating under the power that they've collected by way of registration from the CAC. Now that keeps them in business. The thing is, what kind of business do they do at that particular point in time? That's another question that needs to be looked at. For the Securities and Exchange Commission, I don't really think sometimes it is because some perpetrators have actually started work. That's why they come out. They actually want to put, most of the time, communicate to potential investors, both in and out of the country, that look, we are doing our bidding to make sure we are keeping the environment clean for investment and to make sure we secure your investments and your funds, and your confidence to come and invest in a climate in Nigeria. However, those who are perpetrating this crime, some of the times, probably there will be a need for even the registration they had with the CAC to be withdrawn. So you are registered with the CAC to operate, and you are operating. Now the SEC equally has a threshold for you to meet before you are listed in the capital market, and you have not been listed. Then you go about trying to act as an agent to get money from people to invest on their behalf, and doing that, you could be that you are shortchanging the people because you are not operating in the threshold and in the standard that SEC has set up. In that particular case, SEC should be in collaboration with the CAC. That XYZ company.
They should be like flagging companies like that.
Straight. And immediately you're flagged once. Probably it's a warning. You're flagged. The other time, in fact, CAC should withdraw the license from you from operation. That equally takes you out of the business terrain of Nigeria. And if that is going to happen, I think probably organizations are going to sit upright. The second thing is that now, as we speak, people don't not only need to go through stockbrokers again before. Because of technology, there are different apps. Now, that's where another risk comes in for the investment. If you don't need to go through some of these brokers, and you need to go through the apps, do SEC, do they have this technology and infrastructure to regulate the operation of these apps?
Well, I feel like it has to be a process first. You're registered. So as a registered company, because companies are operating digitally, so as a registered company, you can have a website. You can now have a dedicated app where your clients can carry out businesses or transactions seamlessly without necessarily having to come to your physical office. But apart from trading stocks, because companies too, some companies are soliciting funds from the public as way of investment, like real estate companies asking people to invest. So they do more like crowdfunding. People invest in the business, and then they use the money to maybe start up a real estate project. By the time they complete, so the profit from it is what they begin to give, to send to those who have invested. But what Souq is also saying, that according to the Investment and Securities Act 2007, it is unlawful for any private enterprise, whether incorporated as a company or not, to solicit funds from the public by whatever means to fund its private ventures that is in contravention of the Investment and Securities Act. But we see these things happen. We see it happen. It's become almost like a new strategy for companies to raise funds. But what Souq is saying is that it is unlawful for any private enterprise to solicit funds from the public by whatever means. Now, even if you have to solicit funds, there are ways you do it legitimately. And that's why you have companies that are listed on the stock exchange. So people buy shares. That's their own way of raising funds. So if you're not listed, you cannot be doing that. You have different ways companies do that. They have some companies have initial public openings, you know. So, but if you are not listed to trade as such, then whatever way you are now carrying out such activity that is only permitted for those who are listed is the contravention of the Securities and Investment Act.
Yes. In fact, I even think that if you're not listed, you can't even go there because you will be seen. And immediately you are seen, you'll be apprehended. So
and that's why they're warning and listing out companies who would claim that they are listed or would act like they're listed and solicit funds from the public for their own private ventures. So that's why SEC comes out to warn people like, beware of such firms, beware of such companies, know where you're putting your money into.
If I'm to make, or just to probably divert a little, recently the government came out and, if not the CBN, and they were telling us about some Ponzi schemes, organizations that have been...
The EFCC.
EFCC, they run into 50, if not more.
58.
58 of those organizations that were banned. Now, if the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission hadn't pulled out that press release, or that article, that excerpt out, no one would have been aware. However, in fact, before then, I'm sure they've been operating. So apart from the Ponzi scheme kind of work, what else do they do? Yes, because
it's all Ponzi masqueraded in different type of businesses. Yes.
So some of them, when I was going through the list and I looked at some of the names, they wrote agro-allied.
Yes.
You could see companies
and
that are into agriculture.
It's very easy for you to get contributions from people because it's believable. You know, somebody tells you, I own a big farm or we own big farms and we want to go into large-scale production of cassava, for instance. So we're buying more land, buying more hectares of land. We need to pay for labor, and this is the planting season. So within this period of time, if you invest, when we are done with the sales, the profits will share. So people will say, okay, fine, I don't necessarily need to own a land to become a farmer.
Yes.
So let me just do this. You put in some amount of money, and they tell you there are categories of persons. It depends on how much investment you want to make. They may even take you to an actual farm and show you and tell you, this is their farm. They may take you to a processing area, agro-processing area, and tell you we are not just only involved in the production, but we also process. So people believe this and put in money. That's why you have some agro-allied businesses involved in that scheme. But at the end of the day, it's all scam. There is no farm anywhere. They're not growing any crop. They're not processing any food crop. They're not doing anything. They just get money from people. It could even be farmers. They could tell them, oh, you can't do this by yourself. Let's help you expand. So there's a way you get into the scheme. There are different ways that they make people or they catch people. So it's all Ponzi, but Ponzi that comes in different form.
Okay, I know genuine farmers who went through this particular stage you just mentioned. That they tell you this is planting season. We're going to harvest this XY. We're planning XY number of crops in cassava. We're doing this in yam. We're doing this. And they name all those sort of cash crops. Some of them span within the 3 months, 6 months, 8 months. Some of them 1 year, 9 months, for which they are going to have harvest. And they are telling you, you can come and invest in my company. And they are legitimate farmers. they own farms. I know these people, and you can come and invest. Some of them they'll tell you they're into catfish.
Yes.
And they're telling you XYZ season, we're going to, and they're telling you can bring in 500,000 naira, 700,000 naira, and there's a form of percentage that they give their calculations for which you are going to get when they've actually harvested the fishes and the crops, and they've taken it to the market, because they already have buyers, they have suppliers, both in industry and those who are in the market space. And when they do that, they refund your money. Maybe you invested 500,000 naira, and they're telling you after the harvest and the sales, you should be getting 570 or 600,000 naira. And of course, you want to do that if it's going to come within the space of 6 months, 3 months, or 9 months, because that's a good investment, and it depends on the amount of money you put in. I know of people, genuine farmers, who behave that way, but others also. I've seen others here for people who fell victim of these specific schemes. And when they fell victim, it's the same story they were told. So now this is now bringing bad business for those who are genuinely in the business. And I think if we're to, I deviated a little because I just wanted to use it to look through that lens within the Nigerian capital market, for which the Nigerian stock, the Nigerian Securities Commission, Exchange Commission is crying foul this season. There should be institutional collaboration. The Securities Commission, the EFCC, and including the CAC. So it's not enough to just delist, because sometimes they even delist companies who had already been listed because they committed some form of financial infractions, because they are not operating according to the code and the standard. When you're delisted, in fact, you should be out of for a while, for a long time, because if the deterrence measures, if they are not strong enough, people are going to continue to breach it, and they will consider the space somewhat unregulated. And when they do that, it's not only going to be bad for those who are genuinely in the system, but it's going to send a bad signal outside to those who are potential investors who may be, taking a look at coming in to come and invest in it.
All right, but overall, the capital markets has been doing well, even though there are times when trading may not be quite favorable to some companies. Companies losing. They were having some reduction in the price of the shares, and when investors take out profits, sometimes the market just goes down. But overall, the Nigerian capital market has been performing very well, and it has increased. The capitalization of the market has also increased from what it used to be now to over 100 trillion. So that's some growth.
That's a huge sum.
Yes, and the health of the market gets better by the day. So I think SEC is also doing a great work by ensuring that the market is well regulated. So checking how companies come in, those who want to defraud people, acting as though that they are actually have the permission or the license to operate in carry out certain transactions. So it's a good one, because you also mentioned foreign investors. So if SEC does not do their own bit, it means that for foreign investors, that confidence will not be there. You really can't know who to trust, what companies to trust, apart from the already existing ones, or the very big ones. So that may also take away the chance of gaining investors for the firms that are just coming on. So it's a good thing that from time to time, SEC comes up to warn, and they're imposing stricter measures to ensure that it is difficult for those who have the intention of defrauding people to get into the system. I also want to advise investors, local and foreign investors, that ensure that you also do your due diligence. It is not enough to have a firm that is carrying out investments for you. It is not enough to have a broker. Do your own due diligence to ensure you're dealing with the right people. And I will move away from that to another story. And this time it has to do with businesses in Nigeria sourcing funds. So there's a report that says that businesses may have to source funds alternatively, have to look for alternative sources of fund as banks faces tighter liquidity issue. It's become not very easy for businesses to access loans from banks, particularly the deposit money banks, commercial banks, because of the procedures. The high interest rate is also there, and you know, the credit reserve ratio too is also another issue, which means that the bank also has to retain much of its cash within the banking system. But I worry about businesses being able to source funds from alternative sources. That might just also increase the cost of capital for them. Now, if from the banking system or from the financial system, getting loans means that you get to access loans at around 30 or over 30%, because if the MPR, the interest rate, is 27.5%. So imagine the banks adding their own interest to it, what you get at the end of the day, and the bottlenecks, you know, the demand for collateral, and sometimes business plan. If you are a new, if you're a new entrepreneur, you're someone who's developing a business and you want the bank to put in money. So you may not pass through all of that processes when you try to source funds from alternative means, but the interest rates might just be so high that putting that kind of money into business means that prices of goods and services too might increase.
First of all, I want to congratulate those men, those women that are doing business in Nigeria. It's a very strong terrain, because the cost of doing business itself, by the time the cost of doing your business, you make calculations and you begin to factor in some of the things that enables your business. For example, if you are into manufacturing, in Nigeria, you know that one of the factors of production that you should have, you know, you need power, and the overhead for power alone is a cutthroat. So if you're looking at that and you are going to do that, you are going to try to look at power, technical skills, to make sure you have technical hands who can operate the machines that you will have, and looking at other personnel that should govern and the goods that you'll be manufacturing and running the organization is much of can be very, very demanding. So I want to give kudos to that. However, though we were told that because of liquidity, the cash liquidity in the banks have been tightened, so businesses now need to look elsewhere. There are some businesses that they will not even birth and hire. They will have access to loans, even from the same banks that may not want to give out loans. Now, these businesses that are to do with food production, now food on sales or the fast food, because of the nature. So banks are going to be looking at the nature of the business and the rate of turnover that this business will be generating before they can give out those loans. So if your kind of business are not the kind of businesses that suit the everyday needs of Nigerians, and they feel they look at your records and your turnover is not something that is very, very convincing, and they can see the tendencies, because banks do not just send personnel to come and look at your books. They are equally themselves businessmen and investors, and they can tell by just looking at the records, which will give the banks another hand to want to to negotiate. So let's assume the businesses that are coming, their turnovers are well. In fact, there are some businesses that banks go to. They are asking the business owners that we have loans available for you to come and take. And some of them too can involve agriculturists, and those who are into farming, large-scale farming, those who are into production of staple food that Nigerians cannot, but they have to have access to it. They always have those loans. So, for the alternative sources, without banks, where else are they going to go? Person to person?
There are companies that are into lending, money lending.
And those ones will not fall under the threshold of 27.5%.
That's what I'm saying. So, higher cost of borrowing for the businesses.
That in itself, it's going to have a toll on the business environment and employment, and in fact, it's even going to have a toll even on the same cash liquidity that we are talking about, for which the banks are crying out for. So an alternative would be that the same measure where the president, when he came out and he said he's going to be removing fuel subsidy, and when Nigerians cried, he came out to say, okay, for nano businesses, we're going to give out a loan. And for a few of those small kind of businesses, I think about that specific point in time, the president was talking about information coming up from the presidency. Then we're talking about 75 billion for nano businesses and 50 billion as well for MSMEs. So I think those specific loans that we are talking about that should be coming from the government should not only be coming at a time when we are dealing with a crisis, when we are dealing with economic crisis. This in itself is an economic form of crisis that government should intervene. And whilst I was looking through a business day yesterday, I looked at how the Lagos State Ministry of is it Lagos State Ministry of Finance or Lagos State Ministry of Economic Development was talking about. I'm trying to get the specific name of the ministry itself. It was talking about how it has doled out lots of money to small businesses. I'm not talking about the issue of 50 million small businesses that came out the other day, and we're having a conversation. This is too much. I don't think Lagos alone have that. But they were talking about how much hundreds of millions of naira that they've doled out to small or medium-sized businesses that are doing extremely well in
grants
Lagos
or
State.
as loans?
As loans.
Okay.
As loans. And a few of them as grants, non-payable in Lagos, and how those ones are performing to the optimal. So I think not only Lagos State, we should begin to have other state governors and other wealthy individuals. We know of Tolu Elumelu, who through his foundation gives out $5,000. But sometimes I just hope and I just wish that, can we have a Nigerian version for just Nigerians? Because that specific
it's open.
It's
broad.
It's very
that's
broad,
why
and not only Nigerians.
It's meant to be a survival of the fittest kind of thing.
Yes. So I am looking for one for the well-to-do Nigerians, like in the class of the Tony Limelus, the Dangote.
To have their strictly
just for
Nigerians
alone, irrespective of where you are from, for Nigerians alone. In that specific case, we could be dealing with issues like this for small businesses or businesses that can only function if they have access to loan. And now that the banks are going through some form of liquidity stretch, then it could be an alternative for these small businesses, to latch on, to thrive, and to sustain operations.
All right, let's look at what the decision of the last NPC meeting, what were the outcomes of the decision. So interest rate was put at 27.5%, cash reserve ratio was put at 50%, and then liquidity ratio was put at 30%. That's not too bad, but if you look at the bank itself, it seems that they're even doing way less than what the CBN states in terms of cash reserve ratio and in terms of liquidity ratio as well. So if we're talking about the banks facing higher liquidity challenges, if you even go to the bank, and this started like during the UTED, you want to withdraw a certain amount of money, you're told, oh, we don't have cash. This is as much as we can give to you. And sometimes people worry like, what's happening? And you think maybe it's just a seasonal thing. It's because of the festive season. Maybe it's the CBN's way of actually controlling inflation, trying to ensure that there's not too much money in circulation. But that time passes out. This is already the first quarter of the year ending. But it's still well obvious that there is some challenges with liquidity in the banking system. Now, why is there liquidity issue? Is it that the banks are having a lot of bad loans? Could that be one of the reasons? If there are bad loans, why do we have bad loans? Yeah, bad loans could happen when those who took the loans have not been able to repay the loans or not service the loan as at when due. There's also the issue of insider borrowing. Are we having more of that? You remember the CBN actually raised that issue and sanctioned some banks for that. Are we having issues of insider loans as now a challenge for banks? Could that be the reason? Now, if that is the reason, then CBN needs to do a lot more to check insider borrowing so that it does not become a challenge for the banks. Now, for that of the banks not even having cash, it's another challenge. So I know that the CBN just came up with a policy to disincentivize the use of cash. So when you go over to ATMs, you have to pay more now for withdrawing. But that is also affecting the banking system, because now people are beginning to think, why should I put my money in the bank when it takes a whole lot, or it costs me so much more to withdraw that money from the bank? So it's as if there's an informal financial system where the cash just is outside of the banking system. So people are trading with the cash. I have money, I have cash, I do not want to let go of the cash. I find a way to sell the cash so that I can get some transfer. You know, it's just happening. And it's now reducing the level at which the banks themselves will have cash. But that is not as worrisome as the issue of bad loans, which could be making it difficult for banks to have enough liquidity to loan. Because when banks don't have enough money, how then do they loan? Interest rate is high, there's not enough liquidity. So that means that it becomes it becomes very difficult for banks to give out loans. Where they would have been able to give loans out maybe to 50 businesses, now they are more constrained. So the measures will be more strict. It will be very, very difficult for businesses to access loans. And if they turn to alternative sources, chances are that the interest rates are going to be way higher. And that's going to be problematic for the businesses, even for the collateral that they would need to present in order to secure the loans. And the patience level, you know, for banks, there's a time frame they give to you to pay. Now, for the other alternative sources, they also give a time frame. But, you know, with banks, sometimes you can restructure. You can do some renegotiation when loans are not performing. But how much of that option of flexibility is allowed within alternative sources of fund for businesses is what I really cannot ascertain. But what I would recommend here is that at the next NPC meeting, the CBN should perhaps look at some of these decisions. So for the interest rate, I think the CBN should reduce it. I know they didn't do that at the last NPC because the rebasing had just been done then. And it seemed like it was still quite early in the year. Prices were beginning to drop, so CBN was still watching to see what would be the outcome after the rebasing of the economy has been done. But I expect that at the next NPC meeting, the CBN should reduce the interest, the MPR, even if it's just by
a fraction.
Yes, yes. Even if it's just by 200 basis points, let's have some reduction. That may be like a sigh. That may give a sigh of relief to give some form of relief to businesses. And then for the cash reserve, I think that it can also be reduced, so that the banks don't have to keep too much money. Because right now it's at par. The bank has to give out as much as it keeps. So I think that the banks should be encouraged to give out more so that they have more funds to give out. And then for liquidity ratio, that should also change so that let the CBN use its own instrument to handle some of those challenges.
I wish they can listen to you. However,
it's really a wish. It's really a wish.
But the thing is, you know, one of the reasons I want to think if it could be one of the reasons why the CBN maintained the NPR when they came by 27.5%. So you were saying the reason why they did that because the economy was just being rebased.
At least I think that's the most logical explanation.
But if you remember vividly, during that period, the cash for crude deal with local refinery was still in operation.
Yes.
The Port Harcourt refinery was around picking up, even though not up to 50, I mean 60% thereabout. The oil refinery itself and a few other refineries, you know, they've picked up because the NNPCL was supplying them crude for naira, even though the naira was almost the same value with how much they would have bought it in the dollar. But however, it suppressed the 40% pressure that it had on the naira. So it became it had its own significant, though little, benefit on the Nigerian economy, and things were beginning to stabilize a little. We had a marginal reduction in food sale, in the prices of food stuff. There was a marginal reduction Nigeria will begin to secure here and there in the economy. And this has begun to create a stable platform where we felt the nation would begin to thrive. But now that the naira for crude policy, it doesn't look as if we are still guaranteed under that platform. Those the next time the MPR or the MPC is going to be sitting, I don't really guarantee they are going to take your decision, Blessing. I don't think they are going to want to go down a fraction or even maintain the 27
Why do you think? Why do you think? So?
Because all this marginal achievement that we've recorded the few months' time will be erased completely when this Naira for crude deal is completely nullified.
So do you think that? And do you think that interest rate is going to be increased?
By the time it is nullified and we start purchasing, they start importing fuel, local refiners, the price might jump up. I want the price to jump up in that. It's going, remember it's fuel.
Yes,
it's going to affect
inflation
food.
rate is going to increase, of course.
Thank you very much. Inflation rate is going to run. And what's the measure that the MPC will want is to tackle the inflation rate? Is to increase the borrowing rate.
You see that measure, it hasn't worked. So far.
That's the instrument they always will.
No, I don't think. I think at this point, if the CBN can even have some unconventional or unorthodox method to control inflation, it should do so, because the conventional method has not worked. Okay, so the CBN uses the increase of interest rates to try to control inflation. Emphasis on try, because so far it hasn't worked. To try to control inflation, because the assumption is that the inflation is demand-based. So they think there's too much money in circulation, let's mop up by increasing interest rates. But the reality of it is that there isn't actually enough money in circulation, and it's not as a result of demand either, because the purchasing power of Nigerians is reducing by the day. So it cannot actually be demand push. It's actually cost push. Things are more expensive. The prices of goods and services increase almost on a daily. It's just for this first quarter that we seem to have seen some form of stability. Yes, but like you said, now once the once March ends, when the crude for Naira for crude agreement terminates, and then Dangote Refinery have already announced that it's not going to be selling petroleum products with Naira because it will be a mismatch for them, currency mismatch. They can't be buying crude in dollars and selling petroleum products in Naira. So it has to be on a level playing field where they buy in dollars and they also sell in dollars. So that means that the pressure on the forex market is going to increase. You have a lot of people sourcing forex in the market. You have petroleum importers sourcing forex. You have refineries sourcing forex, and you have other businesses sourcing forex in the forex market. So what that means is that the Naira is going to depreciate further against the dollar. And being an import-dependent nation, we're going to see the prices of goods and services increase. Inflation is going to increase. And if inflation is increasing, you are increasing interest rates. What that also means is that you are further increasing the inflation rate, because businesses that are having loans or taking loans at a higher rate would pass on that cost of funds to the consumers, further increasing the inflation. So this method that the CBN has been employing so far has not worked. But let's take a look at this. On the flip side, or if we have to reverse the method, if the CBN reduces interest rates, now while the forex market is experiencing or would experience some scarcity because there's now more demand than supply, yes, prices will increase, but it will not increase so much because the businesses are not obtaining funds at a very high cost. So that gives some relief to the businesses. But if we want to go by what is written in the textbook and use it, our situation is peculiar, is different from what the textbook considered when they prescribed those economic principles. So I think that it should not be that way of saying, oh, inflation rate has increased again, so let's increase, because it's actually not working. Let's look at what obtains in other climes, you know, for the US and even for Eurozone. So when inflation was increasing, they did actually increase interest rates. But even their own inflation was single digits interest rates. It wasn't even double digits, not even up to 10. For Eurozone, it was around 2%. For US, it was about 5%, and then it started declining. But for us, we're dealing with inflation rate as high as 34%. Even before we got to 34%, at the time we were around 28 or so, we're still increasing interest rates. So it doesn't make any sense. Even in other climes, they've begun to reduce interest rates. So why would we, if countries that are having single-digit interest rates, single-digit inflation rate rather, are reducing interest rate, does it make sense that a country that is having double-digit inflation rates should be increasing interest rates? So I think that the CBN needs to consider some of these things at the next NPC meeting.
Okay, so let's even assume that the inflation is a cost push. So what are they even supposed to do? Reduce the interest rate.
Yes.
So that people can have access to money and purchase these goods.
Yes.
Because in that particular sense, you'll be strengthening the purchasing power of not just the man, but equally the businesses.
Because they have to make inputs, buy raw materials, pay for services too.
Okay. But in that specific case, because it is being almost like a norm, using that method, like you said, to treat inflation, when are we going to just change it? When are we going to just change it? Now, they've spoken about Mr. Olayemi Cardoso and his bright ideas, innovative ideas of trying to sanitize the whole system. Recently, they're talking about how they used a very, very transparent means in appointing the board of directors or directors in the CBN, and how through a PricewaterhouseCoopers and another known organization, they use transparency to select those who should occupy their different positions in the CBN, and there are people from within the system, and the organization that was consulted, they were within the system. So the system is to an extent well sanitized. So when we look at that, do we have a template that we should begin to look at when all this financial crisis or economic crisis erupt? And if we do have templates, what's the goal? What's the end point? Is it to salvage the strength, the purchasing power of that? Do we even look at the purchasing power of the Nigerian? Do we even look at the tendency of businesses to survive? Do we even look at how we should sustain any little or marginal gains that we have made in time past, whether it is 6 months, whether it is 3 months?
You see
because
that,
if we don't have all those goals in
you've
place,
touched is very critical, how to sustain marginal gains or progress made. So because we have policy inconsistency or policy somersault, we're unable to sustain gains. Take, for instance, the Naira for crude deal. So within that period, the 6-month period from October 2024 to March 2025, when the Naira for crude deal happened, we saw the progress that was made. So there was petrol availability, the prices was fluctuating based on market forces. So we saw a sort of competition between Dangote Refinery and the NNPCL because of that arrangement. So in 6 months' time, we could say there was marginal gains. Now, because there's a renegotiation, which doesn't look like it's going to happen at the end of the day, that deal is extended, which temporarily Dangote has reverted to, let's use dollars, since the NNPC now is saying, let's buy with dollars. So we can't be buying with dollars and selling with Naira. We'll be at a loss here. Let's go back to the dollarized petroleum industry. So what that would do, even if it's for another 3 months or another 6 months, because NNPC actually came up to say when there was a report that they were they had suspended the sales. They said they weren't suspending the Naira for crude. They were renegotiating it.
Yes.
So, but details of that renegotiation are not available at the moment. But what that would do, since we're going back to what was before, the scarcity of forex that we're going to see happen, the potential increase in the price of petroleum product, potential because they might be increased because of the difference in exchange rate, they might not be increased. Now, all of that, we watered down the gains made so far. If a renegotiation happens and maybe after another 6 months, we come back to that Naira for crude, we'll find out that we are coming back to where we left before. So it's like taking 1 step forward and 2 steps back. We can't sustain the gains. So until we maintain that consistency in policy, that's how we can even evaluate to know the impact of the policies. And it gives a wrong signal as well to foreign investors. Because when you have inconsistencies, businesses cannot plan long-term. And you need that long-term plan for businesses to be able to map out strategy that will ensure stability and progress.
So, in fact, let me take us back to the objective again, this liquidity, strangulating liquidity about the banks and how businesses need to source alternatives. From what we learned from basic education and basic economics, we're taught that CBN, being the regulatory authority, has the right to tell commercial banks on the aspect of the economy to focus loans to. If the CBN is actually using that instrument, and as a regulatory authority, if it is actually using eagle eyes to look at the banks, if they have given in those sort of instruction to the bank, let's assume, from henceforth, or in the next 3 years, or in the next 2 years, to the deposit money banks or to the commercial banks, look, we should be focusing our loans to agriculture sector. We should be focusing our loans to power, to renewable energy. When we start talking about individual investment in that sector, we should be focusing our loans to tech startups, or focusing our loans to education. And when they give out those instructions and those action punchlines because of the regulatory power they have to banks, do the banks obey that? Do they listen to such instructions? Do they go out with such instructions? Because from what we learned, or what happened during what is popularly called as the Emefiele era, yes, where the CBN, is talking to the deposit money banks, and we could see the deposit money banks, will I say they were presenting an alternative to the CBN, or there was this quote-unquote rebellion or contention with the CBN, and like, no, we cannot do this. This money, and this is also a legal tender. Both of these go together, and there was this sort of confusion among Nigerians. We need to make sure that the CBN stands on its footing regarding its regulatory authority and its powers, and when it's given out, it's not something that will be turned down by the commercial banks.
Okay, now to wrap up, I'll just say that I think the CBN needs to put to do more monitoring of the deposit banks' activities. Yes, somebody may say, but there are other banks. There is the microfinance banks. Yes, the microfinance banks, from what we saw last year, actually happen to be lending more to businesses. But you know that their strength is not as much as the deposit money banks because of their own limitation and the segments of businesses they are supposed to cater to. They're supposed to cater to SMEs. But for the deposit money banks, I think that the CBN should do more of monitoring, because if you look at the liquidity ratio, 30% is fair, and that's quite healthy. But even if at that level, at 30%, the banks are still facing liquidity challenges, then the CBN needs to check what's actually going on. Because when we talk about liquidity ratio, it's actually the time it takes for the banks to convert their assets to cash, to take care of liabilities or debts or whatever. So if the banks seem to be having more liabilities or seem to be having challenge to convert their assets in short term, quickly to cash, so what's actually going on in the banking system? So before it becomes a very, very serious problem, we think that the banks, the CBN rather, should monitor a lot what is going on in the banking sector. All right, we'll take a break. When we return, it's time for us to have policy discuss. So there's an international observance today. It happens to be a remembrance of victims of slavery and the transatlantic trade. We'll discuss about this after the break. Stay tuned.
Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodun Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, Souq, Enlightenment.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn.
Every March, we celebrate Women's History Month, a time to honor the incredible contributions of women throughout history. It's a month dedicated to recognizing the struggles, achievements, and resilience of women who have shaped our world in politics, science, the arts, activism, and beyond. The Women's History Month movement began in 1980 when former U.S. President Jimmy Carter declared the week of March 8th as National Women's History Week. Just 7 years later, in 1987, the U.S. Congress expanded it to the full month of March, solidifying the national commitment to telling the untold stories of women's contributions. For centuries, women's achievements were often overlooked or erased from history books. Yet, they have been at the forefront of change, fighting for equal rights, breaking barriers, and revolutionizing industries. Women's History Month isn't just about the past, it's about the present and the future. Despite progress, challenges remain. Women continue to fight for equal pay, representation in leadership, and access to education and health care. That is why this month serves as both a celebration and a call to action. It reminds us to amplify women's voices, challenge inequalities, and create a future where every woman and girl has the opportunity to thrive. We can educate ourselves on stories of trailblazing women. We can support women owned businesses, mentor young girls, and advocate for policies that empower women. This March, let's celebrate the past, embrace the present, and empower the future. Happy Women's History Month. Antonia Umo, Souq News Television.
Slave trade has been considered the worst violation of human rights. Now, over 400 years ago, this trade did happen when people were moved across the Atlantic Ocean to other continents. America, they were also moved to Europe and to other parts of the world, majorly from Africa. And this day, where it's International Day of Remembrance of Victims of Slavery and the transatlantic slave trade, is a day to remember and honor those who lost their lives in the course of this trade, those who suffered losses as well in the course of this trade. Today, we have Tamnokoro Obietombara, who is a writer and Pan-Africanist. He joins the show virtually this morning from Abuja. Thank you for joining. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for having me.
All right, on a day like this, it would be expected that it's a time for sober reflections. It would be time for Africans, especially who were the largest victims of slave trade, to reflect on what happened over 400 years ago when African ancestors, people were moved from here to other parts of the world to build their economies, and they were sold as slaves. First, what should come to mind on a day like this, given the fact that even in this day and time, we still have slavery happening?
Yeah, so on a day like this, I think that the statement we should make is never again. Never again will such evil befall us as a people, because slavery was what actually gave birth to colonialism. It was what opened the door for Africa's colonialism, Africa's eventual conquest. And when we look at the world today, even though we claim to be free, but the truth remains that Africa, is still being exploited. We may not have physical chains, but our political and economic systems um, are still being controlled by the same people who, masterminded the whole process of slavery, and they invent the subsequent colonization. And so nothing really has changed to a very large extent, because we are still within that system of that system, of slavery, because slavery introduced a concept or an economic concept known as capitalism, because Africans were the first stocks and bonds on Wall Street, and the practice of chattel slavery is what will eventually give birth to the economic system known today as capitalism. You see, so capitalism was founded on the backs of Africans that were the first stocks and bonds of Wall Street. So as and so it's imperative that we look at our history collectively as African people and we say never again. Just like uh, uh, some of the Jews will say that never again will they suffer such level of genocide, such level of Holocaust as was experienced during the Second World War. And I like calling it the Second European Tribal War because it was more of a tribal war than a world war. So they made that decision to say never again will that happen. And they've stuck to it. But the truth is that as African people, we've suffered way more indignities. We've suffered way more genocide. We've suffered way more Holocausts than what was experienced by the Jews. Are we talking about what happened? Let's even take away slavery, the brutality, and everything that accompanied it. Let's even come to the era of colonization. In the Congo, King Leopold murdered around 15 to 20 million African people. And today we all act like that was nothing. We just, we've not taken that firm decision to say never again. Today, Congo is still bleeding. Congo, the richest mineral-wise, the richest country on the planet, is still being exploited, is still disorganized. A guy called Sissy Rhodes will murder around 50 million Africans in Southern Africa. And we're not even having that conversation today. And the Germans will carry out the first genocide in Africa, in Namibia, when the people, the indigenous people of Namibia were almost exterminated by the Germans. So the German Holocaust, the first German Holocaust actually happened in Africa. And we're not even having that conversation. People still honor someone like King Leopold today across Africa. People honor the likes of Sissy Rhodes, and Africans even take scholarship in honor of Sissy Rhodes. But this was a man that was responsible for the extermination of over 50 million Africans across the Southern African axis. So we, on a day like this, I think that the resolve should be collectively as African people that we should say, never again are we going to suffer such indignities. But unfortunately, we are not having the kind of conversation we should be having in a day like this. And we are not even aware or informed of our history, because throughout my educational process in this country, no one ever mentioned anything about the transatlantic slave trade to me. And it's not something, this is something we should teach our children from primary school. Children from nursery school should be informed of the transatlantic slave trade. But I went through the educational system without even being told, without even being informed that such thing happened. And so there are millions of Africans who do not in detail know about the transatlantic slave trade. And so when they see, for instance, Grenadians or Bajans, or they see African Americans, they see Jamaicans, they don't understand their connection with these people. They don't understand that these are our people, that Black Americans are actually our people. Jamaicans are our people. The Afro-Brazilians are our people. The Afro-Latinos are our people. The people in Haiti, these are our people. The Black people in Dominican Republic, the Black people in St. Lucia, the Black people in Martinique, the Black people across the Caribbean islands, these are our people. They were stolen from us. These were victims of the first war that was waged on us as African people. And so in a day like this, we should be asking ourselves, What measures have we put in place to ensure that such indignities do not befall us? We haven't done anything in that regard.
Thank you very much, Tamino Crowd. Thank you so much for that elaborate beginning. Now, you said we should begin to think never again as Africans. But first of all, do you think Africans, by way of their actions, they have, had a deep reflection on what transpired during those years? And they have, by way, not just having a deep reflection of what happened, but they have, learned a lesson or institutionalized what you think should be a collective plan or framework or blueprint for the whole of the African continent to make sure that this does not happen again, and for them to equally themselves have a proper remembrance of something like this?
Well, no. No measures have been put in place, and that self-recollection, is not there. And again, it is as a result of what I call lack of historical information. Because something happened, something led to the enslavement of African people that began in 1441, when a group of Portuguese, I call them pirates, they call themselves explorers. When they would capture the first group of African people around the Senegal, Mauritanian axis, and they took them to Portugal and presented them as gifts to notable figures across Portugal and even to King Afonso. Something led to it. And so if we want to talk about slavery, we need to look at the beginning or the events that ushered in the transatlantic slave trade and the brutality that was unleashed on African people. So in 711 AD, a group of Africans called the Moors, Moors means black people. The Moors, went over to Europe. They were the ones who went and chased the Visigoths away from Spain, Portugal, and part of France. Now, the Visigoths were a very brutal race of, they were Europeans as well, very brutal. And so when the Africans went there, they chased the Visigoths out of Portugal, France, and Spain, and these Africans would establish a civilization in that part of Europe. And from 711 AD, they ruled over that part of Europe. The Africans will rule Europe, and they will build institutions such as the first well-structured university in Europe called the University of Salamanca. These Africans, over time, were opposed by, Europeans who felt that their presence was not needed. Now, over the centuries, because Africans ruled Europe for over 800 years, from 711 AD to 1492. But over the centuries, there was now these rebellions and attacks against these Africans. The last stronghold would fall, the last strongholds of these Africans would fall in 1492. And so there was now this resentment, that the people of Europe had, against these Africans. And that resentment would translate to every dark-skinned person across the world. So there was this uprising against African people, and the first group of Africans actually were those who, the Moors, who were, who were captured, who were doing the uprising, the Moors who became victims of the uprising by Europeans, by the people in Portugal, by the people in parts of France and Spain. They were the earliest group of Africans that would be enslaved. But now, like I said, the rulership of Yoruba Africans officially ended in 1492. But in 1441, a group of Portuguese pirates came to the shores of West Africa and captured the first forms, the first group of African people that would be taken back to Europe, that and officially enslaved. And in 14, I think in 1440, in 1452, in 1452 to 1455, the Pope, then Pope Nicholas V, would issue a series of Papa Bulls, that would codify the enslavement and the subjugation of African people. I'm going to read part of that Papa Bull that was issued by the Pope, giving Europeans the legal power to go and conquer and enslave and subjugate African people. Now, if you permit me, here is just a part of the Papa Bull, or a part of the statement by Pope Nicholas V, from 1952 to 1955. Part of it states, to invade, search out, capture, vanquish, and subdue all Saracens, and quote, pagans, whatsoever, and to reduce the persons to perpetual slavery, and to apply and appropriate to yourself and successors their kingdoms, communities, principalities, dominions, possessions, and goods, and to convert them to your personal use and profit. Now, this palpable, or this statement, this policy guideline issued by Pope Nicholas V, is what they will officially use in their war against African people, But this war, like I said, was targeted originally to the Moors that were ruling, that have ruled Europe for over 700 years, or 800 years. The black people that have ruled Europe for over, roughly 800 years. But eventually, they would extend their hatred and their campaign of brutality to all black peoples. And so they came over to the continent. Now, people in the continent do not even know what was going on in Europe. They didn't know that there was this reconquista, as they call it, against African people, in Portugal, in Spain, in France, across Western Europe. They didn't know that, but then they became the victims of it. And that is what will eventually lead to what we will call racism today. So we need to understand what happened, and we need to realize that conquest, or reconquista, as they call it, was what led to slavery, and was what also led to colonization and the subjugation of the continent, and what we now have today as neocolonialism. And so when we want to address this issue, we should be very holistic. We should know where we are coming from. We should know what gave birth to it, or what gave rise to it. We should know where it arose from, and as people, we need to tell ourselves the uncomfortable truth that we're the source of raw materials, that has empowered or has made some of these countries economically viable. So there is a lot of soul searching, and there's so much that we need to think about. We haven't done any of it. We're just completely cut off from our history, and so the things that we perceive that is our history today are things that we were told to be our history. You see, we don't know where we're coming from. We've lost touch with our identity. And so it becomes very easy, because when a man doesn't know where he's coming from, he cannot even tell where he's going. It becomes very easy to manipulate, and that's where we are. But
let's take it up from knowing where we're coming from, so that Africans are not manipulated. The theme for this year's International Day of Remembrance of Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade is acknowledge the past, repair the present, build a future of dignity and justice. Acknowledge the past, repair the present, build a future of dignity and justice. So we're going to take it step by step in acknowledging the past. Now, while you were responding to the first question on what comes to mind when we think about the transatlantic slave trade and the fact that there is still slave trade ongoing in modern times. Now, you mentioned a name that Africans of the world honor without knowing the history, the man or the role he played in slave trade, or not treating Africans right when they got to America. So if we look at notable figures involved in slave trade, we'll find a lot of them who are foreigners or foreign names. We also find African names. We also find Nigerian names. I'm going to call for you, I'm going to read rather, two notable names involved in slave trade, which are Nigerians. So, Nwabani Ogogo is a Nigerian slave trader who gained power and wealth by selling other Africans across the Atlantic. We also have Babatu, also known as Babatu, is a famous slave trader. He was born in Niger, and he conducted slave trades in northern Ghana. We also have a lot of other names. And we have Queen Elizabeth I, who actually lent two ships to carry out slave trade. They were involved in two voyages. So if we have to know where we're coming from, acknowledging our past, we have history as a subject in Nigeria. How come that a lot of people, particularly young people, do not have some of these facts? It was Africans that were sold as slaves. Why didn't Africans document these trade, these notable figures, Africans who sold other Africans, foreigners who dealt or who treated Africans badly, so that in acknowledging the past, we know the roles that they played and take action against people doing the same thing, becoming notable figures in society, and being awarded, being praised, and even honored for amassing wealth from slave trade. What did we do? What did Africans do wrong? And how did Africans get it wrong to the extent that this documentation was not done by Africans, that now Africans are told by foreigners what they need to hear about slave trade, not what they need to know?
Okay, thank you. So let's get one thing first. There is a difference between slavery in the African context, which is more of indentured servants or indentured servitude, and chattel slavery. I think most times we mix the two. We use, when we talk about slavery, there is a distinction between what was practiced in Africa, which is indentured servitude, then, or rather, to chattel slavery. And this is not to make an excuse um, to those peoples who, on our own side, who participated in selling fellow, I would say, Africans. But then let us also understand that the concept or the identity of Africa, or rather that we are Africans, wasn't even there, let's say, 500 years ago. People identified mostly with their ethnicities or with their tribes than with a collective continental identity. And so uh, the people who partook in this, they most of the people, in as much as there were raids conducted to sell people, some of the people also were victims of prisoners of war, intercommunal clashes, and again there are instances of intercommunal clashes that were instigated, by by Europeans so as to get, prisoners that they would eventually ship to the other side. Now, I do not know, and I'm not holding brief for these horrible, excuse my language, Africans, I will call them today, that took part in this process. I do not know if they really understood what chattel slavery was, or the system of slavery that was practiced, in Europe, in America, in the United States, and in the Caribbean islands, where most of these people were shipped to. We're talking about 12,000 ships. You did mention Elizabeth, giving two ships. There was a total of documented so far. It could be more, but documented a total of 12,000 ships that embarked on over 40,000 voyages from 1619 all the way to 1940 when slavery ended in Britain, and 1840 when slavery ended in Britain, and 1865 when slavery ended in America, in the United States. Now, 1840 was when, though there was a transition period before 1840, but 1840 was when it officially came to an end. So the lack of documentation, I would also allude to, I think to some extent, to the ignorance of the magnitude of what was being done to these people that were being shipped across the Atlantic. Maybe for them it was just another day, another day for trade, another day for business, another day to make some money. But on getting to the plantations, they were stripped of every form of human decency and every form of human dignity. Unlike the indentured servitude that we had across the continent, where now in quote, slaves will get married and have children, and will eventually live their lives in peace. But this was not the case at the other side. People were forced to breed, just so the children can be used, to fill in the plantations. Men were sodomized, women were, all sorts of horrible things that one cannot, say on public TV. So there's a clear difference between indentured servitude and chattel slavery. And I think the conversation today is being centered on chattel slavery, which is what the transatlantic slave trade was about. Now, we have failed. There's no excuse. We have failed to let our people know what happened. We failed to properly document these issues. We failed to inform our children. And I think that part of the reason why our society is the way it is today is because of the lack of information. Because what do we find today? Though in a different context, but the same scenario, where our politicians are selling us for a few trinkets. Our politicians today, they take our resources, they ship them over to the other side. They have investments across the Western world. They have hundreds of millions of dollars that they won't even spend throughout their lives, stashed away, while our people are denied the very basic things of life. So there's a nexus between the practice of slavery and the trauma and our inability or what they say about people that have become victims over time, how they extend the damage that has been done to them, how they start inflicting themselves. I think that we have this damaged psychology, due to what has happened to us over time, that we are now just doing to ourselves collectively. So if we have an honest conversation as to what has happened to us, and we, inform ourselves accurately and set up institutions to ensure that these things do not happen, that maybe our society will be different today. But so far, we've not done what needs to be done. We've not informed ourselves. We've not informed our children. And so the system, though the faces have changed, the players have changed, but the system is still almost the same. We have a whole lot to do, and that's also, again, why I say I'm glad we're having this conversation. And I hope that, policymakers would listen to what is being discussed and will, look for solutions to address these issues that confronts us collectively as a society.
Thank you so much, Tamina Crow. Now, I remember when you just mentioned our politicians ferrying away our resources to save abroad and invest in other climes. I'm going to come to that conversation. But what I want to ask is, currently, as it is, what can we do to undo the damage that has been done to us psychologically, mentally, as a human being by virtue of that slave trade? What can we do ourselves? What can we do as Africans ourselves, whether we are doing it through education or through any other means? What kind of remedy is available for Africans to take on to completely erase that damage or to heal themselves from what transpired in the past?
I'll call it reorientation, and the first thing is to understand our history, know our contribution to the fund of world civilization. Now, like I always tell people, slavery is not the beginning of African history. Slavery actually interrupted our civilization or our history. We are a great people. I just mentioned earlier, for almost 800 years, Africans ruled Europe. Now, before then, we had great empires across Africa. We come from men and women that gave civilization to the entire planet. Men and women that traveled the world, giving civilization, educating people. Even the first European that was educated, that became literate, Homer, that wrote the Iliad and the Odyssey, he was educated at the feet of our ancestors. They taught him, and when you talk about you talk about Aristotle and Plato, Hippocrates, Socrates, all the pre and post-Socratic philosophers, they all came and received their education right here on the continent of Africa. Eventually, I think it was in 1333 BC that we first got invaded. The first invasion of Africa led by Alexander, that they call the Great, happened in 1333 BC. And so from 1333 BC to 639 AD, Africa came under, that was a period of almost 972 years. Africa came under, European or the Greek and Romans, would rule part of Africa, especially the northern part of Africa, Kemet, which they now call Egypt. Kemet and the Sudan areas, came directly until 629 AD that the Muslims, under the command of Caliph Umar, will chase the Greeks, the Romans out of that part of the continent. Now, it's imperative that we know who we are. It's important that we understand that the notion that we are inferior, the notion that we were civilized, we should take it out completely. That's not true. As a matter of fact, it's the other way around. The notion that, for instance, university education is Western education, that's not true. We should throw that notion away. From ancient Ghana, all the way to Timbuktu in Mali, the University of Timbuktu, across the continent, the University of Wagudu, that was in ancient Ghana. Our ancestors were the first people to come up with the concept of university education. And then we had the likes of Mansa Musa, that was the richest man in human history. These are the kind of men and women that gave birth to us, that will come from. We are from the Oyo civilization. We are children of the Oyo Empire. We are children of the Shongai. We are children of the Benin Empire. We are children of the Wagudu civilization. We are children of ancient Zimbabwe. We are children of the Tassili civilization. We are children of the Kemetic civilization. So we should know that we come from a great history and a great legacy. Yes, along the line, we got interrupted. We somehow fell. But we don't have to remain on the ground. We need to pick ourselves up. We need to do what the Chinese have done. The British waged war on the Chinese, took Hong Kong from the Chinese. The Japanese, would colonize parts of China. But today, look at what the Chinese have done to themselves. They've said never again. They were able to develop a system of government that works for them without borrowing any kind of government, any kind of style of government from anywhere. They developed their own system of government, and it has led them, or it has brought them out from poverty to prosperity. So to heal, you cannot use the system designed to oppress you to heal. Again, part of the reason why we remain disorganized is because we're practicing, for instance, Western democracy. Why are we practicing Western democracy? That cannot work. We can't go anywhere with it. We just our situation will keep getting worse because.
Let's look at how we can repair the present, because the theme is acknowledge the past, repair the present, and of course build sustainable future. So if we are to repair the present, it seems like it's out of the hands of Africans almost totally, because those who were sold as slaves have settled in other lands. They've had even more than first generation, second generation, even third generation, that the current generation, sometimes some of them don't even know how they came to be in the land where they settled, what they call their own. They do not even identify as Africans. And we find that by virtue of this transatlantic slave trade, what we now have globally is racism and prejudice. How do we repair that, given the fact that it's not totally up to Africans right now because of the dynamics?
Okay, so if I get the question correctly, you're talking about the descendants of the transatlantic slave trade who do not know where they come from, or who do not identify that they are Africans. I think that's what you said.
And even for those in Africa, there's kind of a disconnect. They're seen as other people, not exactly as Africans, because there are new dynamics to it. For those in America, for instance, you would call them African Americans. There is a new identity that they have. For those in Britain, they are different people. Those who settled in Haiti, they are different people. Those who settled in other parts of the world, they are different people. They're not exactly seen as Africans, because there's a new mix right now. So I'm saying, how do we repair the present, given these dynamics and the fact that it's not totally up to Africans? There's racism, there's prejudice that is not really within the control of Africans. So how do we repair the present?
So I've always recommended that every African country should have what is called the African Diaspora Ministry, which will aim to reconnect Africans on the continent with Africans in diaspora, especially those who are Black Americans, who are Afro, Latinos, African people in places like Colombia, in places like Brazil, in Haiti, and across the Caribbean islands. And so far, I have to say that Ghana as a country is doing something remarkable in that regard. Ghana as a country has been giving citizenship to lots of the descendants of chattel slavery. Ghana has been at the forefront for this. So we should applaud the government and people of Ghana for recognizing the importance of this and for taking appropriate steps and ensuring that there is a reconnection between those in the continent and Africans in the diaspora. I think that Nigeria should also do something about, Nigeria should do a lot more in recognizing our connection with, the children and great grandchildren, great grandchildren, and the descendants of the victims of slavery that are scattered across, across the world. Yes, it is not up to us, solely to make that connection. But you see, we need to understand that there is also a policy, official government policy directives to ensure that Africans on the continent and Africans in the diaspora do not have any sort of political or economic alliance. It's a fact. There's a document known as Memorandum 46. I think you should Google it. You should read it. It's a very interesting document. I came across the document when I was writing. I was looking for. I was researching materials for my book, and Memorandum 46 was written by a man called Zbigniew Brzezinski. And he and Eric Kissinger, were those who shaped U.S. foreign policies in the 70s and 80s. These are very notable figures. And if you permit me, just to tell you, by the way, this document was submitted to the Pentagon, to the CIA, to the White House, and if you permit, I'm going to read out just a section of this document. It's called Memorandum 46. And it is part of the policies implemented to ensure that there is no connection between Africans on the continent and Africans in the diaspora. Now, part of this document states appropriate steps to be taken inside and outside the country in order to inhibit any pressure by radical African leaders and organizations on the U.S. Black community, for the latter to exert influence on the policy of the administration towards Africa. In order to prevent such a trend and protect U.S. national security interests, it would appear essential to elaborate and carry out effective countermeasures. Continuing, and elaborating U.S. policy towards Black Africa, listen to this one. Due weight must be given to the fact that there are 25 million American Blacks whose roots are African and who consciously or subconsciously sympathizes with African nationalism. Therefore, special clandestine operations should be launched by the CIA to generate mistrust and hostility in America and world opinion against joint activity of the two forces, that is, Black in America and Blacks in Africa, and to cause division among Black.
That you're reading can be said to be some conspiracy theory, don't you think so?
I'm telling you, I just told you, it is Memorandum 46. It's an official. I don't do conspiracy theory. I'm a writer. I write books. So I don't do conspiracy theory. It's an official U.S. government document. It's out there. It's online. You can find it. Memorandum 46. This is a policy directive to ensure that African people do not unite with their brothers and sisters, across the world. It's happening. And the reason why that must happen is to ensure that Africans do not come together to say no to the exploitation of the continent. We're talking about slavery, but I'm telling you that nothing has changed. The dynamics are still the same. Look at what's happening in the Congo. Look at what's happening in Sudan. Look at what's happening across northern Nigeria. Look at what's happening around. Look at what's happening in in this country just by Mozambique. See what's happening in Mozambique. Look across. You think anything has changed? The dynamics are still the same. We were exporting our people to fund and to fuel their civilization. Today, it's our resources, our raw materials that are being extracted and exploited. While, tell me, if slavery has changed, tell me, how is it that you that have the diamonds and the golds and you that have the oil, you that have the raw materials, the coltan and the cobalt, why are your currencies undervalued? Why are your currencies weak? Why should the currency of Congo be, weaker than the currency of let's say Norway, or of let's say the UK? Because you have the raw materials.
Thank you very much. Let me come in here, Tamunokra. Thank you so much. Now, in this line, yes, thank you. In this line of argument, now, I just want to make sure I'm extracting the right information from you. Objective information, not the right, sorry, the objective information. Now, these days, yes, we can say the Europeans and they were responsible for coming into the shores of Africa to carry out slavery and other dastardly acts. But currently, in this dispensation, talking about the lithium and other mineral resources that are scattered in the face of the African continent and how they kept on doing it, do you think they are repeating what was done in the slavery era, or this time it is the negligence, the unintelligence, and the betrayal of African leaders that are intentionally giving out Africa for that purpose? And in that particular sense, how can we salvage this situation?
So it's twofold. Yes, you have your leaders who are deliberately, mismanaging our countries for their selfish interests. But again, on the other hand, we have had African leaders who, were passionate to get a job done. And we see over and over again how such leaders just get killed, they get removed from power. There was Kwame Nkrumah, there was Patrice Lumumba, there was Thomas Sankara, and so on and so forth. Even my godfather, the late Jerry Rawlings, he was president of Ghana for almost 20 years, and he was having this conversation with me once where, he and Thomas Sankara had decided that they were going to have a sort of alliance. I mean, they will still have their countries, but they're going to come up with, same economic structure. They will mesh their economies together. They will have a single currency, have a single foreign affairs policy, and so on and so forth, as a way of giving more leverage to themselves. And what my godfather, the late Joe Rawlings, former president of Ghana, told me was that this plan, it was in the works. It was still a secret. But Thomas Sankara, who was the president of Burkina Faso then, would mention of this plan they've had in a public forum, and the following week was assassinated, was killed by Blaise Compaoré. And you see today that the African countries that are still under the control of the French, are not even allowed to make up any sort of, independent economic decision for themselves. Now, I don't know how much time we have, but, I need you to look at the economic situation, of most of the the so-called Francophone African countries. Now, they are, in a nutshell, they are still being enslaved. The French still determines what happens in those countries, economic and political wise. That was why you see that's why you now see the rebellion from countries like Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, and a few other countries that, like, finally, we want to wake up, we want to be free. So yes, there is the negligence, and the corruption and the selfishness of some of our leaders, but there is also the deliberate efforts being put in place to ensure that we do not also have leaders that can really give us their best. And every single time we've had leaders that try to change the narrative, we all know what happened to them. In 2015, take for instance what happened here in Nigeria. 2015, we had an economy that was over $560 billion. Today, our GDP is less than $200 billion. Today, you're telling me that from 2015 to 2025, 10 years, we lost almost how much? Almost $400+ billion, just like that, without going to war, without any economic sanctions being placed on us. we were the third fastest growing economy in the world. Today, we're not anywhere to be found. Our best talents, our medical doctors, our engineers, our best talents have all left. So to go service a system, that has been extracting our raw materials, extracting our strongest men and women during slavery, extracting our resources in this present day, creating the situation to ensure that the best talents keep leaving our shores to go serve them. Nothing has really changed. Truly, there's no better way to look at it. Nothing has really changed. So yes, we must hold our leaders accountable. Our leaders are solely responsible for this. And I'm not passing the blame. I'm just saying that we need to understand the international dimension to our problems, but we are responsible 100% because at the end of the day, it's a dog-eat-dog world. At the end of the day, we live in a world where the strong will always consume the weak. That's just what it is. I don't blame them for what they're doing. They care about themselves enough. They want their survival. They want to
as we wrap up on the discussion this morning, let's look at how to build a future of justice so that there is that a sort of like closure and a way to heal. So if we look at the call for reparations that have been ongoing, there have been calls beyond the U.S. for reparations for Africa's contribution to their economy, even building their infrastructure. So do you think that reparation is what will bring that justice that Africans seek? Because we're talking about building a future of dignity and justice, where reparation equal justice. And if at the end of the day, the big powers, the countries, the nations that have been asked to pay Africa reparation, if they do decide to pay eventually, what do you think it should be used for in Africa and for those who were victims of slave trade spread across the globe?
Yeah, reparations, will go a long way. We need to, if I doubt, how soon that will happen. But if we really want to, heal and move away from this, I think that reparation is a long way to go, especially for our people in those countries that were, enslaved Black Americans, our people in look at Haiti today. Haiti, part of the reason Haiti is poor, it's not because they don't have resources. Part of the reason Haiti is poor is because because Haiti was the first place where, African people rose against slavery to say enough, you know, um, and for that reason, for having the audacity or the nerve to chase the French out, the Western countries came together and put a blockade on Haiti. So Haiti was just a country free from slavery. Black people were now in charge of their destinies, but they can no longer trade with other countries. The only way they can now trade, was was for them to pay compensation to the French for rebelling against slavery. And so for so many years, Haiti was paying billions of dollars today, in compensation to the French for rebelling against them. I think that, if we have an honest conversation, the countries like Haiti needs reparation. They need their monies that were paid. I mean, how do you pay someone? How do you pay someone compensation for brutalizing you? How do you pay someone compensation for enslaving you? For taking your dignity away. So there is a need for compensation. There is a need for reparations. And if that ever comes, I think that we should spend, the money should be used to empower ourselves economically, but also empower ourselves intellectually. Because if we're not free mentally, we will go back to the chains. If we're not free mentally, we'll remain slaves. The conversation should be, but even if we don't get that reparation or get that compensation. What we are saying is leave us alone. Leave us alone. Let us chart our own course. You don't want to pay Africa reparations? Fine. Just leave us. Can you just leave us alone? Just leave us alone to chart our own course. Leave us alone to come up with our own blueprint. Stop interfering in our affairs, because every single time you interfere, things go from bad to worse. As we saw in 2015, when US President Obama even issued a statement asking Nigerians to vote, for the new chapter, vote against Goodluck Jonathan. And we saw how that ended up. So just leave us alone. Let us make our policies ourselves. Leave us alone to drive our own growth. Yes, the funds, if it ever comes, should be used to economically empower ourselves. But more importantly, it should be used to empower our minds.
Thank you so much, Tamunokuro Obietombara, who is a writer and Pan-Africanist, for joining the show all the way from Abuja and sharing your thoughts on this day as the world celebrates victims of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade this day.
Thank you for having me.
Very much welcome.
All right, we're not done talking about Africans. When we return from this break, we'll be looking at what will happen to the wealth, what will happen to the investments, what will happen to the properties of Nigerians. Africans will leave the UK and die without a will. Stay tuned.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State, on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enuowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, Souq Enlightenment.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Many thanks for staying tuned to the front burners. It's still policy discourse. Having looked at what would happen to Africa after slave trade, the impact of slave trade. How do we rebuild the dignity of Africans and how do we ensure justice? Let's go on to another matter that concerns Africans, but this time around it has to do with Africans who have estates in the UK without a will. So, report says that dead Nigerians, Africans, others without will may lose unclaimed estates in the UK. So there are hundreds of unclaimed estates, according to revelations, belonging to those of African descent, African migration. So wealth and families are left, behind after some Africans die without a will. Nothing like next of kin. So it's like, who do we give this to? The person who owns this savings or has an account with XYZ Bank has died. There is no information regarding the next of kin, or the next of kin cannot be contacted. There is no restating how the estate of the deceased should be shared. So what happens is being forfeited or it goes over to the government. So the UK's government latest list of unclaimed estates updated includes over 170 entries connected to African-born individuals, with Nigerians making up a significant portion of the cases. And the question is, why does this happen? Why do people who migrate to the UK and other parts of the world, still having families here, don't carry their families along in their financial dealings, in their investments in estate, in their savings? And so when they die, it becomes difficult for their next of kin to have access to property. I know this is also a cultural thing. It's not very cultural for Africans or for Nigerians. Let me speak specifically about Nigerians that I know very, very well, because I am a Nigerian myself. It is not very cultural for Nigerians to write will. It almost seems like if you ask a person to write their will, you are indirectly saying to them that they will soon pass on or they will soon die. So because nobody wants to die, of course, life is sweet. No wonder a Nigerian musician, in one of his songs, the lyrics was, "Nobody wants to die, but everybody wants to go to heaven." How is that going to happen? He was asking in the song. So because it's not a culture for people to be prepared for eventualities, for when life happens, tragedy happens, when they die, so write a will of who takes what, who gets what. They also travel abroad with that mindset and culture, and they have accounts, they have savings, they have estates, houses, but there is no will stating what happens to it. And so they become unclaimed after they die. If it's domiciled within Nigeria, or we could say then the customary law comes into play. So the family can say, according to our custom, this is what happens when a man dies or a woman dies. This is how we share the properties. But because it's in a different nation, it's a foreign land, that won't work there. So if there's no will, who's going to claim it?
Well, it can be claimed.
Okay.
This is connected to the conversation we just had.
Yes. So
it
today is all about Africans.
So there are, first of all, two issues. The one that I would like to talk about is this mentality of Africans. I don't know if it's an African thing though, without writing a will, keeping a will in place in case of eventualities, because it helps in keeping the home peaceful, even when the elderly man is gone, even if he is not preparing for it. As long as he lives, is there a will? Is there a family lawyer? Okay, how many families in Nigeria or in Africa have the financial wherewithal to afford a family lawyer?
But in this case, they would be able to afford, because we're talking about estates in the UK.
Yes, I'm trying to look at the case from the roots, So back home, that's what I'm doing, like afford a family lawyer. And a family lawyer is kind of a lawyer that is trustworthy, that will not accumulate and amass the family's wealth to him or herself after the man of the house or the woman of the house has gone by way of death. So in that specific case, they leave the house and they're gone, and God bless the family, the father, the mother, they've worked so hard, and they have properties scattered all across the country, and they have businesses, and they have money in the banks. Without a family, without a will in place, it's going to be very, very difficult. And because sometimes the organizations, let's say the man has lots of money in the bank account, and if he leaves that money just goes that way. The bank is going to take over that money and make business with it. There was a time that the Nigerian government was speaking to banks about unclaimed dividends in the banks. It could be some persons who had died without writing a will. I'm still at home here. I've not even gone out to the UK and abroad yet. Who have died without writing a will, and their next of kin probably they are not even aware of some of these, properties, some of this wealth that their, I call them benefactors also, had in place. So they left, and it becomes a vote, and before you know, it goes into the account of one unknown person through stolen means. Now abroad, if it's in the UK or in any other European countries, there's a process for which Nigerians and other Africans migrate to the UK. Whether you're going through study, whether you're going through a visa because your spouse got married and they're going, in the process of doing that and filling all those forms, next of kins are fixed there. Not only next of kins, family names are written there. Not only that, sometimes you're even asked to mention the names of your family members, like your brothers, your siblings, your sisters, and the ones that, as many as you like, that you are willing to make known to the authorities in the country, your destination country where you are going to. In fact, some other times they have their age, they have their marital status, they have their address where they reside over here in Nigeria. So in other words, in the process of filing your document to travel to other country, or the JAPA syndrome, you have actually filed and presented a convincing data through which you can be traced, through which your relatives and your siblings, your family members can be traced back home here in Nigeria. Because I'm saying that because that particular excerpt is saying that 170 entries of people who died and left their estate, a larger chunk of them are Nigerians.
Africans.
Africans. And I want to say even that larger chunk of Africans, a larger chunk of those Africans are Nigerians. Now, how are you going to trace each? Now they said because there's a specific name that was used there. ownerless properties, ownerless estates. Please, you have the records of these people who own this estate before their demise, right? That estate, those address, those names, those documents that they filed to the immigration office before relocating to that country, before you actually gave them the visa or you gave them the permanent residency.
Do you think they want to go through all of
No, you
that
have to,
process, all of that stress to go searching for immigration documents? When you are purchasing an estate or a property, there are documents that you fill. There are documents that you submit. Now, what the report is saying, that even for those with bank accounts, you know there's a space where there's a part where you have to fill in the details of your next of kin. The documents are incomplete. Perhaps deliberately done by the owners of the account, owners of the property, so that their relatives are not even aware of their properties. You know how people could conceal information so that families are not really aware of what you have, maybe just to protect themselves, because we still have this communal way of living to the extent that you are responsible for those who are not even your children. If you are a family person and you're married, you have lots of dependents. That's the African system. So when people know how wealthy you are, chances are you will be presented with more bills to take care of. So when people migrate away from Nigeria or from Africa, a lot of times their relatives do not know their financial status, do not know what property they own and what property they do not own. And because, too, another reason, some persons who have embezzled funds will want to make the details as sketchy as possible so that they're not easily traced, not easily linked to them, being the owners of those properties, being the owners of this account. So maybe the name that your families know them with is different with the name with which those properties were bought. The details they gave is different from details that their families have. So you see that there is already a discrepancy. There is already issues with documentation that will make it difficult. And what you're saying may be ideal. Oh, if you really want to trace the owners, but it's not really as if it's a responsibility now of the UK government to do all of those findings. Because if you wanted your next of kin to be found easily, then you would have provided the right documentation. Then you would have provided the right information. Make it easy. Even make your next of kin aware. You are my next of kin. Now, the UK is even a far place. Let's even talk about here in Nigeria, where people die and their families are not aware of the accounts they have in certain banks, the money they have there. It just belongs to the bank. Why don't the bank as well go all out to say, let's notify the next of kin that your relative owns this amount of money, has this account of money? So first of all, I think what should be done is for people to become conscious of what could happen, or you've labored for to establish. Could just go to one bank, whether in Nigeria or in the UK or anywhere else, could just be lost to the government if you do not make your family aware of your investment, of what you own, because you don't want people to maybe be aware of what you own. You may just end up losing it.
I was going to land somewhere.
Right,
I understand what you're saying, but you know one thing. That is not all cases.
Yes.
In a few cases, you have these instances, the picture you just painted.
Sure.
In some other cases that I was saying that the people put down their names, the name of their family members, because they are trying to establish a fact that, look, I have a family back home. I'm coming to this country, or that's through permanent residency or otherwise. So when they go there and they buy properties and all of that and they die without,
a will.
Without a will. Now we are saying if the government can trace these properties and know that it belongs to a group of people, it not only belongs to a group of people, they've carried out their investigation, that it belongs to about a larger chunk of them are Africans and they do not have will, benefactors to this. So can we we know their names because you have the records of the one who owns the house. You, the governing authority in the UK or in other European country, you have the record of who owned the house. Let's say these people did not change their name. You have the records. You even have the picture. Because if you are selling a house, you're buying properties there, even from a private citizen of that country, you're buying a property from a private citizen. If the government, because of tax and mortgage issues, they will have files and they have your pictures and there. It's easy. Get it. Get the names out. Fill up a newspaper, what's it called, page. Post the names of these people. Come tell Nigerians to go to a specific website of unclaimed properties that belong to Africans. Have a general website that both Nigerians and every other African country can go and visit. They could see the name of their siblings. And there is a way that they could write to the UK or to the governing authorities of those countries and look, this is my cousin, this is my younger brother, or this is my elder sister, or this, that left the shores of Nigeria far back in 1881 and all of that. And this, you know, then through, if you lay claims, then they could compare with the records that that specific person, you know, fill in an immigration letter or filling in the immigration form before traveling down to those countries. And if there are correlations, then we can reach out and say, okay, yes, well, this is true. You know, it want to take me back to some of the things that, some of those movies we watched during those days we were growing up. A comedy movie popularly known as Sophia in London, where he traveled overseas just at the death of his brother, and he didn't know back here at home they were poor in one village here and there in the southeastern part of the country, and just to travel abroad. When he traveled abroad at the demise of his brother, he was supposed to go and inherit his brother's property, including marrying his brother's wife, and he got to the UK or in the US, or Sophia in London. Okay, so it was in the UK, and he saw the mansions. He saw the estate that his brother owns. I'm like, are you telling me my brother was this wealthy?
So you see that it could also be a real life situation.
So
if in that movie he didn't
the next of kin, he was traced.
If he didn't travel, he would not have.
But he was traced. That is why his name was in the next of kin. That's why he was able to travel abroad. So I believe this can be traced very well. And the authorities, if stolen properties, if stolen Nigerian funds by former heads of state in Nigeria to other countries in the US and in the UK and in other countries, can be refunded back to the government. I think this one is quite small for both the Nigerian authorities and the UK authorities or any other European country authorities to work it out to trace the next of kin or to the family members of those who own estates over there who died without writing a will.
All right, so the UK government usually publishes the list of unclaimed estates, unclaimed assets. So for those who have families abroad who had passed on and perhaps wonder if they had properties or assets that are unclaimed, maybe you could check that list. But the advice for Africans is that keep updated records. So whatever assets you own, ensure that you have updated records of your next of kin, even if you do not want to write a will. But hey, you know that when you say death is inevitable, it's something that would happen. But the prayer of everyone is that it happens at, you know, when one has got into a very good old age, one is satisfied then with life. But to ensure that your family, you do not alter the peace, or the peace in your family is not altered when you pass on because there's scrambling here and there. One person wants to get the other, no. So a will might just be good, not just because of this reason, but it helps a whole lot. But the point here is, when you are, for whatever asset that you have, ensure that the information attached to it, the details you supply, are updated and they are genuine. Should there be any reason for you to be unavailable or you to be in a situation where your family has to claim that asset for you or on your behalf, or the person is gone, they are able to do so. So let's, yes, I know people want to say, oh, it's my privacy. I don't want people to know what assets I have, what I don't have, but it seemed like a lesson. Now, on the part of the UK government, they may feel we've done our part by providing the list of unclaimed assets. It now rests with the families of the owners of the assets.
Of the names of the people too.
That's what, so of course, if the assets will go with the name, with the owners of the unclaimed assets, so it now rests on the families concerned to actually reach out to the UK government. So anywhere else that you want to have assets, anywhere else in the world, even if it's in Nigeria, ensure your documentation is right, ensure your records are updated, and please inform family, because it's not just a case of UK. Even in Nigeria, many banks have had to just keep monies that were never claimed because the owners of the accounts never made it known to their family members that they had accounts. So what would the bank do? Maybe also publish a list of accounts that have been dormant, that nobody has reached out to or activated in years, that the bank perhaps suspect the owner may have died or something, but the family is unaware. So that's it on Policy Discuss. Let's take a break and return to hear from you on Posts and Perspectives.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, Souq News.
this is Post and Perspectives. Basically, what the segment of the show is we get to review what you say on social media. We first of all want to say thank you so much for sticking with us, and we really appreciate you. And every comment you make, we bring it back to the table, and we kind of analyze it. So let's jump right to it. My name is Swift Adirinto, and of course, we are reviewing the topic that was discussed, and this is SES warns of fraud and tightens investment protection. And the first person we have here is George. George, good afternoon. Are you a judge in the Federal High Court, or you are just a judge on social media? You say kudos to the Nigerian SEC for the smart move. Indeed, it is a smart move. Thank you so much for the comment. And of course, the next comment coming in from one of our viewers, or one of our commenters, of course, has to be from DRKO, and you say, looking forward to seeing how Nigerians SEC implements these regulations. Trust me, we are all waiting with our popcorn and our drink. And of course, the last comment we took from this particular topic is from Jones, and Jones says, that's an awesome decision from the Nigerian SEC. I hope this is fast-tracked and to show us some good results. Talking about this, Mr. Priye, I'm on you. Seems like a lot of people who are commenting seem excited. They are just waiting for what the SEC is going to do. What's your take on this?
Yeah, well, their excitement is a good thing, because I think they are not just excited because they felt the SEC put out something that sounds good, but because foreign direct investment, foreign portfolio investors who want to, catch in on this, and for there to be sanity in the foreign market, in the capital market, the SEC needs to play that role. Because if it's not playing that role, investors will lose confidence.
Yes.
And if the investors' confidence is not secured, then it's not good for business.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. You used to bring your point. When you are in school and the lecturer says, give me 5 reasons why, that's how you used to. Of course,
I don't like it when questions like that comes in the exam. Give me 5 reasons. No, let me write some stories. I would like it that way.
Okay, talking about stories, the next story talks about businesses may source alternative funding as banks face liquidity. This is a big one. And of course, we have the governor. Thank you for always being here. He says same banks that pride themselves as the profit kings year in, year out, offering high double digital interest for business loans. What excuse is there for the liquidity issues? And he hashtags front burners. That means he's saying, come, the front burner team, read my comments and say something about it. Let me drop the next one before I run off to Blessing, because Blessing has to, really be on this one, because the way he hashtagged you is like, Blessing, I'm talking directly to you. What's your take on that from the governor?
Oh, okay, yeah. So he talked about the banks actually declaring huge profits. Yes, declaring declaring profits is one thing. Now, when we're talking about the banks facing liquidity challenges, so there are a number of issues that could be responsible for that. You know that there are various instruments with which the banks actually raise money and meet short-term obligations. So the liquidity ratio actually measures the rate at which the bank can convert assets to cash within a quick time to meet whether it's debts they want to service or whatever liabilities that they want to take care of. So it may mean that maybe for certain banks, their liabilities are quite growing. And it could also mean, too, that the level of non-performing loans or bad loans are also growing for banks, which is restricting the level of money or cash that they have to give out to those who seek loan. So I think it's a duty for the CBN as part of their supervisory role, part of their oversight role, to actually put more attention or pay more attention to the deposit money banks, what's going on. Because the outcomes of the last Monetary Policy Committee meeting, which is where the CBN discusses and say, okay, these are the decisions we make regarding how we appropriate the financial sector. it's quite okay. If you look at the liquidity ratio, they put it at 30%.
Yes.
The cash reserve ratio, they put at 50%. It's only the interest rate that I have an issue with, which is very, very high. But the CBN was doing that in the bid to control the inflation, though the inflation has refused to reduce. So I think that the CBN should begin to ask questions and look at certain banks. It's not a general thing for all banks. There are banks that definitely would not be having liquidity challenges. There are banks that are having liquidity challenges, because even the CBN had raised a flag regarding insider borrowing of some banks. So it's time to put to scrutinize more. Is this happening more than we know? Is there cause for worry? That's what I think the CBN should do.
Banks MD shaking their shoes if they want to make you Minister of Finance. So they should put more eyeballs.
There's money at the end of the day.
Yes.
So if banks continue to face liquidity challenges, it's risky. Yes. It's very risky for the banks.
That's true. All right, talking about something that isn't so risky, but what used to be very risky once in a while, we're talking about the International Day of Remembrance for Victims of Slavery. I need to say this. My great-great-great-great-great-grandfathers were once slaves and carried, you know, to Canada and...
you seem like a proud descendant of a slave, you know?
All right, so the first person is Awele, and Awele said, has slavery ended? With a question mark. I didn't get the memo. You say with high indebtedness and the French democracy veiling indirect colonialism, the black race is still in chains. Well, I don't know about you, my sister, but me, I'm not in chains. The next person, of course, has to be Johnson. And Johnson says, good that the transatlantic slave trade has ended at last. It says changed its form. It's now more important that we end internal slavery while we celebrate the end of the first forms of the TRS, that's the transatlantic slave trade. You say, if we don't, our youth will continue to buy their own chains and pay their passage for the slavery. So there's a joke people crack that if slave trade is on today, some people will buy their chains and be like...
Not even if, it's still on. Just modern slavery, slave trade. But the twist to it now is that you don't have the slave masters having to scout for the slaves and chain them. Yes. It is now the slaves willingly offering themselves, and they show up at the doorstep of the slave masters and say, here we are. You find that oftentimes African migrants are rescued from the sea, Mediterranean Sea, trying to cross, trying to get into European countries without documentation. And then when they get there, some declare asylum, some come up with different stories. So it's people now, or Africans now, offering themselves willingly and say, here we are, we're ready to do any kind of menial job. And it speaks about the failure of African leadership. Years after slave trade, we can still see that people are dissatisfied with having their own leaders. Years after colonization ended, people still want to go to other shows, believing there are greener pastures there. So I think we can do better. With all we talked about today, celebrating those who died as a result of the slave trade and those who suffered, we do hope that we're able to put some dignity on the African.
All right, talking about putting some dignity on the Africans, guess what? I'm about to leave you. Well, I'm not handing you over to the front burner team. Nah, I'm bringing in Senator Souq. I call him the one and only honorable, who has everything you need to know about sports and is coming in with a mind-blowing show. Don't go anywhere. My name is still Swift Aderito. See you at the top.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Masi Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events such as the Independence Day in 1960 when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment.
Hello and welcome to your show. Welcome to that time of the day when we talk sport, we talk money, we talk who is making it. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks, and this is Souq Sports right in the midst of front burners. You've been getting it hot, hot, and hot. So let's go straight to some good, beautiful takeovers. Endeavor has been in the news for a while, but as we speak, Endeavor has closed shop. Silver Lake has completed the takeover of Endeavor. Yeah. So right now, they are a private firm. They've gone off the stock market after 4 good years. For those that know, Silver Lake has also been a shareholder within Endeavor, and there are several other funds that will make you smile from chin to chin, from Saudi money to major banks that they are not telling us yet, but we know that all these monies came together and Endeavor is now private. It's gone. So we're looking forward to bigger Silver Lake. Now let's get to what's happening with NCAA. Now this particular young man is about to play with 4 universities, 4 schools if he wins this particular case. Talking of Jet Elad, he is suing that he needs an extension to be able to play. Now for those wondering, this is school sports that we have in Africa or in Nigeria. And he is looking forward to getting paid $500,000. Student. School sports for NCAA. Now, he's gone to the New Jersey Federal District, and on Tuesday, he's demanding that the jurisdiction will block NCAA from enforcing a rule that will stop him from playing for the 4th university. Should that happen? We'll get to see. It's just a matter of time. Now, let's get straight to football. Africa is still on that trajectory of losing her players. Is happening, and is happening. As of yesterday, Eberecheze played for England and he scored, and we've lost him. Africa has lost him. So the list goes on and on. Now let's look at not just the players, let's look at the viability, let's look at the economy, let's look at the money being lost. A lot of people might not see this as something, but players come with a whole lot of branding, branding come with a whole lot of money, money come with a whole lot of sport reportage, and it doesn't come to Africa, it goes to those particular nations. Eberecheze, Saka, Waneri, he just played for the under-21. We have Muswala, he's gone. Germany have taken him. Now, these are just recent things we are seeing. When is this going to stop, if it's ever going to stop? Remember, there's also a certain Michael Olise. You now see all these beautiful names. Who pays more? Africa will need to stand up and join this business. This is business. It's not all about patriotism. Business. Let's get to what's happening with Warren Buffett. Now, for those that are wondering, March Madness is still on, and someone has been able to win his prize pool. 4 years ago, he said, whoever can predict the best out of March Madness will get $1 million. Now, for a while, people have not won that. For this particular one, the rules were laxed, and a young man pulled 31 games out of 32. And he won $1 million. So Warren Buffett has finally found a winner, and that money will be given to one of his employees. So hey, ladies and gentlemen, don't be afraid to stick your neck out and do your own side of the prediction. My name is John Souq. We'll do this again tomorrow. Bye.
Many thanks, Souq John Rogers, for the sports update. So I'll wrap up with this. It's a quote about dignity and respect. It says, never take a person's dignity. It means everything to you, but it'll mean nothing to you. But so to Africans who have ancestors or who are descendants of those who unfortunately were victims of the transatlantic slave trade or any form of slavery, they may have tried to take your dignity, but without you giving them the permission, they cannot successfully do that. So again, Africans can still raise up their heads very high. Don't believe the lie that you've been told that you're inferior. You are not at all inferior. So let's work together to ensure that we dignify ourselves with the way we treat each other. When we dignify ourselves, they have no option than to acknowledge the dignity of Africans by respecting Africans. A blessing age. The show continues tomorrow, Wednesday, when we took the time again for us to talk about critical issues. 7 a.m. will be that time. Oyinpere Kumale.
And for me, I would like to say, you're not less than what you think of yourself, except maybe your thoughts about yourself are not enshrouded in esteem. But I advise you to do that because it is very medicinal. And for some of us, it's not only because we survive on that medicine, it's because we already have a picture of who we are and where we are heading. And that's the word I have for you. My name is Oyinpere Krumale, and thanks for watching.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events such as the Independence Day in 1960 when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15, The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment.
The bank was totally gone, so there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other, and I'm happy that many years down the line we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to some Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he doesn't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe or the institution, which was we had 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust bank that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining heads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in the university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was starting. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the brochures, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans. That's targets, if you have first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second tier intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda. Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal. Niger. I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely admired as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Nigeria, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time Magazine's 100 Most Influential People of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout average, I think I would say that I like to jump on the sport. You know, I love yoga, as you said.
Yeah.
But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planking.
Tony is not just a champion in the banking hall. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side is not so. In that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of AS Holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So moving, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
I want to unleash that creativity. I want to unleash, those things that we see every day that we find amazing now. That's what's driven me personally. That's what's driven me at Trace.
All right, welcome again. It's Inside Life. My name is Hans Mba, and as usual, we have an extra special guest for you each week. Today we got Sam Onyemelukwe. I was about to murder your name.
Yeah.
And he is, I say that he is Trace TV, right? He's been doing this for eons, some say decades. And it's in the system. You know how the line goes. When they're in the system, ain't no telling. So Sam is here, and we want to really talk his life, his inside life, how he's come this far, the things he has done to create a paradigm shift in the business. And I'll let him do all that talking. Sam, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, bro. How are you?
I'm well.
Good to see you.
It's been a while. It's been a really long time.
Yeah.
So talk to us about Trace. For those that don't know, let us know just a brief introduction about you.
Sure. Well, so for those of your viewers who don't even know Trace, maybe I'll tell them.
You want to start from there? Yeah. I like it.
Well, so we're lucky to be what I would say is one of the most influential and popular music and entertainment platforms on the continent. When I started with Trace, yes, like you said, eons ago, so more than a decade.
Oh, yes.
And when I started in the entertainment industry, more than 2 decades ago here in Nigeria, we've been able to navigate and keep as one of the strong platforms. We started with 1 or 2 TV channels. Now we have over 30, and we're all across Africa and in most of the diaspora too.
So what gave birth to this? Because looking at your history, Trace, it seemed like Trace just jumped out of nowhere and just started to, do things. And because we have the amount of young people, youth here, and many, especially in recent times, are being navigated towards the entertainment, towards the creative.
Naturally, yeah.
Back in my day, you told your daddy you wanted to make music.
What are you talking about?
That's even the list, But now parents are enrolling their children.
They're pushing their kids to it. Yeah.
They're buying them a whole studio setup, birthdays, guitars and stuff.
Yeah.
So what influenced y'all just jumping out and making this happen?
Well, no, to your point. I mean, I love the fact that as you said, back in our days, I would see a kid in the village, one of my nephews or niece, and all they were interested in was just kind of surviving, maybe finishing school. They were hoping maybe they'll have a bigger farm. Now they believe they're going to be the next whiz kid.
Oh yeah.
Right? And so for me, it's that.
And it's doable.
It's very doable.
Yes.
And so it's that excitement, that burning passion and ambition that we have as young Africans that has driven me. Because I want to unleash that creativity. I want to unleash, those things that we see every day that we find amazing now. And then now parents are saying, take this, go forward with it. So that's what's driven me personally. That's what's driven me at Trace. And how we just jumped out. Well, that's a magic trick that I'll keep in my sleeve. But no, we've like I said, I'm very humbled, and that we've really been able to make a big impact on the music, on the creative industry in Nigeria directly, as well as across the continent.
Speaking about impact, don't make me jump the gun because I have those questions. So in influencing or affecting the economy, we have seen what the numbers that artists bring in.
Yeah.
We're talking the Burna Boy numbers, we're talking Wizkid numbers, we're talking Davido numbers, and how it's affecting the economy.
It's real.
And they're bringing a huge amount. We're talking billions. The other day we're interviewing, talking to a few people, and we're talking about how Nigeria is missing out on the billion-dollar movie industry and all that stuff.
Yep.
So based on that, what do you think our stake is in that whole? I'm not even going as far as Hollywood now.
Sure.
In Africa, Nigeria, what's our cut in the cake, the massive cake?
No, look. I'm a proud Nigerian. Some of you pretending I'm not Nigerian because I'm yellow. but I'm a proud Nigerian. Okay, I'm a proud Nigerian.
Yes.
And you know, I'm only that piece of it because we are also proud people. And it's that and our attitude and our confidence that has made us dominant in the music and the film and the entertainment industry across the continent. So truthfully, we should really, you know, Nigeria should be benefiting even in a better way. But I won't fault where we're at. I would say that there's a lot of the right energy, a lot of the right efforts, and a lot of the right people in the right places for us to continue to grow this industry both locally and internationally. In government, we're very excited to see the lineup of those getting involved, from the Honorable Minister himself, you know, across to Minister. I'm talking of Information Technology, down to the Minister of Creative Industries, Obi Asika, Tola Akerele, you know, who's DG of Tourism, Culture, Tourism, and then Tola Akerele at the National Theatre. So many great players are getting involved who know this industry, who can help us make this a sustainable thing, right? One of the things that
you think we're affecting the economy for the music part? Do you think we're affecting it positively, having listed these names? And what they're doing or what they should be doing?
No, absolutely. And what I would go back to say is that, you know, first of all, for me, and I think for a lot of them, one of the biggest focuses, I think one of the biggest focuses should be and is the local aspect of it. It's very exciting for us all to say that we have a Grammy-nominated or Grammy-winning superstar like a Burna, and we've had many of them over the years, right?
Nominees for Eons.
For Eons. So it's not just, you know, guys get excited like this is the first time. Even back in the 70s, right? Much less across Africa, Angelique Kidjo, and we know. So I'm very proud of what the guys are doing now, and I love that fact. But from an industry perspective and for our economy, we need to look at the local economy, right? We need to look at the local support and the local generation of wealth around this industry.
Yes.
For our movies, you know, we don't have enough cinemas. You know, what are people doing in community cinemas? What are they doing, you know, to ensure that the people who love this content in the northernmost reaches, maybe Yola or wherever, can enjoy this content at a price and in a way that's not going to, you know, to break the bank, right? That's going to make it worthwhile so that our economy can continue to grow. And on the music industry, sure, you talked about all the big guys, music and content.
Yes.
You talked about all the big guys, but I also love the bottom of the pyramid.
I do.
Right? I love this, you know, the fact that there are thousands of creators. I just watched your show, and you had the young man who's a busker.
Yes.
What's his name again?
Komi Flames.
Komi Flames.
Yes.
Come on. You have a busker on the streets of Lagos. You have thousands of guys making content. And, you know, and this also represents a huge shift and to the dynamic of what's happening in the economy, as well as the economics of it. So you have Burna Boy and whoever at the top generating literally hundreds of millions of dollars in activity.
Yes.
But likewise, those hundreds of thousands at the bottom are also doing the same thing. So it's a paradigm shift for our industry, for our economy.
And we're loving it. You said something about we're not benefiting enough. Shed more light on it.
Yeah, no, definitely. Look, one of the basic things is the protection of intellectual property.
Yes.
Right? On a very show like this, you know, in the mall, you know, I hate to say it because our economy's tight right now, so we all don't want to spend money. But even in a wedding, we're supposed to actually pay for the music we use. True. That DJ is supposed to pay music rights.
I agree.
The mall or the shop that you go to is supposed to play music rights. The radio station, the TV channel, we're supposed to pay music rights. But those protections and that regulation is not in place enough to generate that out of this. So our economy is being shortchanged. The creators are being shortchanged, and those of us who are behind the scenes, our businesses are getting shortchanged. But, you know, we're on the right path. I'm confident.
So what can you tell us 1, 2, 3 things that you feel we can do to mitigate this? Because I say this, I also have a weekly show where we talk to hip hop artists and from down there.
Right.
I'm like, we're talking I don't want to name names now. We're talking 0.0001% given to the artist. And still, many people don't feel led to, despite all the subscription and stuff, many people don't feel led to subscribe because there's a feeling that the artists are being robbed. Like you're saying now. So how do we, is it just we talk about it to shed light to it? Because they said you talk about it frequently or often enough, something gets done. But beyond that, who does the something? We're talking about.
So, to your point, there's multiple players in the ecosystem. There's stakeholders.
Yes.
And each stakeholder needs to play its part. But why I'm confident is because the money is so compelling. There's a floodgate waiting to be opened, and nothing moves mountains like money, right? So we're all motivated in the right way because we can point to, and as you said, as we continue to talk as an industry about, let me go back to performance rights, right? Performance rights, for the artists, maybe not even a big name. Let's talk of an unknown artist or only, not so well-known artist who has a hit song. That song should be generating money across multiple revenue streams.
Yes.
It's not right now, right? But when the record label is looking at that and saying there's 5 billion naira that should be coming out of this song every month, that's not from radio stations, etc. That is the type of impetus that changes it. Government needs to do its part, both on the regulatory side and the organization. COSON and MCSN have been fighting too long. P-Man,
Just focus on the art, focus on the business.
On the art. Sort this stuff. Get out of the fighting. The money is there. You're holding it back. We need that unleashed, right? Likewise, industry players need to play their part. Radio stations, TV stations, hotels, bars, we need to fess up and say this music is worth something.
Yes, it's not free.
It wasn't made free. It wasn't made free, and it's the way, me as a TV station, it's the way we make money, right? The reason that people watch my channel is because I play these music videos. So I can't take this for granted. So we pay almost 25% of our revenues at Trace to music rights. So here in Nigeria, that's in the billions that we pay for music rights every year, right? And that money should be getting to the artist. Sometimes it doesn't. But we need to play our part. Government needs to play its part. The private institutions and the viewers. The public needs to recognize there's value in this thing. It's real. When you jump and dance to a Davido song, sure, you see him rich on Instagram, but just know that this thing is real. It's real money.
It costs money.
Guy, will you enjoy it? You make hit song, you won't collect.
Just make it easy, your product.
Yeah, exactly.
Sell something, you hand
whatever
it out for
product,
free.
it's your product.
You hand it out for free.
Exactly.
So also, a lot of these things are happening to affect the youth and how they're gainfully, maybe not gainfully, engaged.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully gainfully.
There was the awards you guys did, some other culture, because when the culture shifts like that, it creates opportunities, especially for the young ones, which is our focus basically.
100.
So you have done the awards. Tell us about the awards in Rwanda. It was massive. I saw it and I'm like, wow.
Yes. So
why Rwanda? Sam, come on.
Okay. First of all, let's tee up the awards. For those that don't know about the awards, we did our first ever Trace Awards and Festival last year, almost a year ago, and we were excited because it actually did the impact that we wanted. So we truly took the entire music industry and we claimed the space as the top awards on the continent in one fell swoop.
Really?
One fell swoop. I mean, we had over 80 artists there from all over the continent, right? Of course, we had our big boys, the Niger boys. We had David there, Davido there, Rema there, Yemi Alade was there, Mr. Easy, Feels, the list goes on. And we dominated, my people. We dominated.
Nigeria does that.
Yeah, but we also had diamond platinums from East Africa.
East Africa.
We had, the name's gonna escape me. I'm an old guy, please forgive me if I can't remember everything. But we had South Africa represented, we had North Africa represented, and we had over 500 million views of that show,
Really?
right? We were covered in the Hollywood Reporter, we were covered in Variety, we were covered in Music Business Worldwide, and we're covered in Pulse.
You know why that's so important is because it creates opportunities.
Exactly.
It creates jobs. It creates. That's why I'm beefing. I'm like, you took it to Rwanda.
So
we're getting there, right?
So we're getting there.
I want to hear it.
So we were able to pull off a huge awards, and I'll give you a little bit. Okay, I'll give you a bit of a scoop. We're just on the verge of announcing this year's awards.
It's an annual thing.
It's an annual thing.
Fantastic.
We are actually.
Hope it's going to be here.
I can't make you happy today on that one. I can't make you happy on that one. I prefer to be straight. It's not gonna work.
Oh, come on.
So the next one, we actually really wanted to do the awards at the beginning of the year. So the second edition, 2024s, will actually be held in February.
2025.
February 2025. It will cover the entire of the 2024 year. And we're doing it in Zanzibar, in Tanzania, in the Zanzibar Islands, and it will be a blowout. It's going to be amazing.
No, the one this year was crazy.
Yeah.
And I saw it, I was like, I said to myself, I'm like, do we do stuff like this? Because where you see stuff similar to that is where, of course, our top Niger guys pack out, arenas.
Yeah.
And you look at the stage, it's
yeah.
beautiful, it's Hollywood-esque, and...
Well, I'll give a nod.
And I longed for it to be here.
I'll give a nod to my former work lover. I used to work at Viacom MTV, and MTV does it, right? They, the VMAs or
all the lights.
It's just it's unbelievable. The BET Awards, they just kill it, and that's what we did here on the continent. So MTV hasn't been doing on the continent for a while, so we said, oh yeah, we'll take.
And yes, I wanted to even talk about something similar to that. There's an awards that just passed. It's annual, but each time they take it out here, they take it to the US. But it's a Nigerian award. What do you think about that?
Without naming names, Mr. Anima Shaun is a good friend of mine.
Without naming names.
and to be honest, I see where he was going with it, and I think it's been quite impactful, right?
For the Americans.
No, it's still for the Nigerians, right? Let me tell you why.
Okay.
Right? We all know, and in fact, the African Union officially recognizes the diaspora as the 6th region of Africa. Right? And oftentimes we don't actually engage in the diaspora in the way we can and should. We are, those of your viewers and fans that pay attention know that over $25 billion a year is remitted annually just by Nigerians. So think of the entire continent of diaspora and people in the diaspora. So being in the diaspora made sure that the audience there knew that they're not just a separate thing, right? That they're part of us, whether they're separated by an ocean or as close as a video call, that we wanted them to feel and experience that. And that's what IO did, right? He's bringing it back. He's bringing it back nowadays.
Yeah, because there was a lot of flack about it.
But there was also a lot of great stories about it, right? So I reject that it was a one-way thing. And IO did achieve what he wanted to do by bringing it there. He's coming back to also bring another aspect to it. This is one of the longest running awards on the continent in Nigeria for 17 years, sorry, right? That the Headies has been reigning. So all respect.
So the great thing is, for me, it's the impact on the economy that's does crucial. It for me, especially for the young ones, because it's seemingly not easy, and there seems to be no way out. But the creative industry, acting, music, producing, all that stuff has helped open those doors for them.
No, look, so for the Trace Awards, right? And to be honest, I would really love to do it here in Nigeria, right? we've been starting some discussions with Lagos State, the national government, because you need government support, especially for the big-scale creative industry on the continent. Government must be a part of it. And not just our awards. We just talked about it from all the other aspects of this, right? So the creative industry needs government, right? And I'm hopeful that we can see our way to doing it here. We have some issues to sort out from our tourism aspect, travel, safety, etc. But so we're definitely open to bringing it here. But the awards that we did, the night itself, as in the cost of the night itself, was about 5 billion naira. For the setup, the event, the travel, everything that happened around that night. And during that week, and even more, about a 2 to 3 week period, we generated over $30 million of economic activity. That included...
Which is why it hurt me each time I said...
That we didn't do the awards here, right? That we were doing it in Rwanda and we're bringing it to Tanzania. We had over 2,000 people fly and stay a week, because we extended. It wasn't just one night. There was this festival. There was a summit. This year we'll do a more music summit. So you had over 2,000 people traveling, at an average of $1,000 for flight and hotel, even more, really $1,500. There you've already got, $3 million of benefit. And then, clubbing, shopping, food, etc. And we employed over 2,500 people directly and indirectly during that week, both from the technical team, the setup, carpenters, set dressers, film people, lawyers, etc. The artist managers, etc.
My heart is breaking as you're going on.
So that's how you.
Rwanda has eaten all that. So let me. We're getting digitized quickly. Across board. We're talking AI. AI is being integrated to everything. Even on WhatsApp, they're asking you, okay, what?
So
digitally, especially coming in, how you guys came in. How has that helped, and how does it continue to help? Or is there a roof? Is there a cap to digitally making these things happen in an open way?
I don't know that I would say there's a cap, but technology and human innovation always sees that we find another way to do things differently. Whether it's expanding and growing it, or sometimes a funny way that it just goes off to the side and you're surprised, etc. So I don't think there's an end point in sight for the innovations, the changes, and of what technology brings to our industry, and how we as consumers enjoy it, interact with it, and contribute to it. I think it's going to continue to be, a really dynamic thing. So for Trace, we've embraced digital, the digital ecosystem in a huge way. From starting off from straight TV channels, we have an e-learning platform that has over half a million active subscribers on the continent. We've just morphed that into Trace Plus. Trace Plus is our streaming app that's really going to be focused on delivering the content in the way people want it. We're still on TV channels. We're still on TV screens as we are doing today. But we're all watching here,
True.
More as much as anything. So, we're of course embracing that. But furthermore, as an organization, let me give a small shout out again to, I love to encourage our government people, to the Honorable Minister of Information and Technology, His Excellency Bosun Tijani, for his foresight and ambitions around AI. Sometimes, especially when I was younger, I'll look at AI, or that time I wanted to launch satellites. I'd be like, Naija, what's wrong with us? We can't buy tomato yet. We're talking about AI. But the truth is, he's got it. And I was listening to him last week at Moonshot, and he was saying, if we don't invest now, we have the minds for it. Don't worry about that. If we don't invest now, we don't get involved, we'll be so far behind, we'll never catch up. Right? So yes, maybe it's not the biggest priority and we have much more pain and
give it time.
But we must pay attention to it. We can't even afford 5 years to be completely uninvolved. And let's give it to ourselves. We have the minds, we have the innovation, we have the guys who may do something amazing in the coming years with AI, and all of us will be sitting here like, yeah, now wow. And so let's let that happen.
Sam, thank you so much. We could go on.
Yeah. Clearly, we can just enough.
Thank you for coming through.
Absolutely.
I will call on you again.
100%. Anytime. I love being here.
All right, thank you so much for tuning in. It's Inside Life, and we speak to the people that matter in the various industries, so they bring insights from the inside of their life. It's Handsome Bar. See you next time.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafor, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Obalende. And in fact, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse, that's what we, So I was born in that little place, and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had you here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We needed that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with Scholars Bus, which was virtually provided for free. When Scholars Bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you, that I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokunbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay, so those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. We help out. Because, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school, but some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Yeah. Okay. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers. And a lot of the time, I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published. And I liked it, okay? You open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafor, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafor. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, they'll just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what called me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University and studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akinbodilon. Now, Akinbodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at J. Randu Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akimbodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akimbodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happen during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, you know, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, you know. So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Lintas advertising. When I walked into Lintas, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. You know, then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Lintas. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Lintas. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know. So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Lintas. And Lintas and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times, you know. So that was my life. From Lintas, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, you know, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akiodusi left Admark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Lintas, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Souq, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann, got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, no, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no. He just wants to talk to you. So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, my name is this. And I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, she, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks in a very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was a policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me anyway? To cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago, but I'm still keeping pace what is going on around. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then, okay? Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other, we knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you know, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, you know. So newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, you know, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio, okay? Interesting stories. I had, there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, you know. A lot of the time, you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be, okay? So now, people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, you know? And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the news stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, you know. So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problem. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check, okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, So in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. People are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity in media. And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. Thanks to our mobile news. You talk to people in any village in Nigeria, and suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted in news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bank? I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer-oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times, my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank. Who will come into the bank and get properly served? Who will come into the bank and feel like human? Who will come into the bank feel important? Because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, you know, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits, okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so much. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the banks than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must still say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. In the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far as. Maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there'll be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly, banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out, and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system, and we are still growing. Now, the banks for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring, and you know, the governor of Central Bank will come shaking it, because you had the power, bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do, and it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them. And you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of our, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. I mean, you had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. and there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. You know what Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this place. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it. People deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. I mean, we all know simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, president said so, president said, even things that the president did not say, president said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother's carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go around Obalende, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold, I make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Igoshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up till where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to, to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you were going to reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igoshere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear Buba and Shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right? Then from there, by the time you got into, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long tie, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. To show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too, unconsciously, will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. It only come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They're all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that. And the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates. Staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. They took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern young families, most so if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out by the time they learn. They can wear, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, aren't their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Particularly the female. Even the guys wearing what they, think they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents, to talk to your children. No. We should never be scared to talk to them. Because they are not going to take us over. They are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. You know, they're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right. Because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know you, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. Don't spoil the children. Give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. In those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling, okay? You still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. Families are growing, society is expanding, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and all that. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course I walk. There's this thing that keeps on saying, if all you can do is walk for 30-40 minutes a day. Okay, and then of course I'm an avid fan of football up till today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay. Hot colors frighten me. Okay. And if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I say to my friends, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that, So you don't become like a Christmas tree. on the road. That was the third one. Food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalinde, okay? So I do my eba, I do my amala. Rice, occasionally. But then these days, from age 70 upwards, the doctors are screaming, watch what you eat, what the quantity you eat. So my wife draws up a weekly timetable. Monday is this, Tuesday is that, Wednesday is that, and she manages to mix up a slightly heavy one and a slightly lighter one so that you have a good mix. With age, you cut down on a lot of things. Cut down on your booze, cut down on your champagne, you cut down on your wine, you cut down on your salt. In fact, it's like they're punishing us. But then they say that is the way to go to be able to at least live longer and enjoy more of life.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer, and should I call myself a pseudo-politician? Not quite a politician, but I've served in government before. And I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by Souq to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was. Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. And I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy, to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner. And later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became High Commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately, he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was the position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet. and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after he stayed in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women once seemed were not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do, And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
the kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics straight immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I won't say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife, went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. as a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself. And I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me. And I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to deal with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair, in fairness. We ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to drop a new one? If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means they've indirectly approved the 1999 constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments, as to whether the 1999 constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We are doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC. Because they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country. And it's just a question of its having continued with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from of the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. That decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. Well, that's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Oshun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Oshun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in the state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. But the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. There's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the media news reaching you live from our studios at Souq News Television. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Let's begin with today's top stories. And the top stories for today, Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, has raised concern about Togo and Benin Republic owing Nigeria $8.84 million for electricity consumption. The federal government has commenced training of 800 soldiers for the newly established Special Operations Forces to combat insurgency in Nigeria. Nigeria equity market rebounds with a gain of 369 billion naira as the all share index rose by 0.5%. And federal government partners Brazilian firm on the development of ranching in Niger State. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, has revealed that the Benin Republic and Togo owe Nigeria $8.84 million for electricity consumption in the fourth quarter of last year. NERC, in its report, highlighted the remittances made by both domestic and international organizations and countries, as well as special customers for invoices issued in the same quarter by the market operator. According to the report, the 6 international bilateral customers being supplied by GENCOs in the Nigerian electricity supply industry made a payment of $5.21 million against a cumulative invoice of $14.05 million issued by the market operator for services rendered in the fourth quarter of 2024, translating to a remittance performance of the 37.08%. NERC added that domestic bilateral customers made a cumulative payment of 1.25 million naira against the invoice of 1.98 million naira issued to them for services rendered in the last quarter of 2024, translating to 63.36% remittance performance, according to reports. Now, as part of measures to avert the possible nationwide blackout, the federal government has commenced the process of offsetting the 4.7 trillion naira debt owed to power generation companies. Speaking through his media aide, Minister of Power Adebayo Adelabu assured Nigerians that the government would take action to prevent power platforms from shutting down as a result of financial crisis. Adelabu said efforts are ongoing to pay power generation companies and gas suppliers as stakeholders have expressed fears that some power generation companies might be forced to shut down due to lack of liquidity in the sector, unless there is an urgent intervention by the federal government to clear the debts of GENCOs. However, the federal government said it would do everything possible to prevent GENCOs from shutting down their plants. Now, Nigeria federal government has commenced the training of 800 soldiers for the newly established Special Operations Forces to combat terrorism, insurgency, and other security threats. The personnel drawn from the Nigerian Army, Navy, and the Air Force are the first batch of a planned 2,400 strong elite units. The training launched at the Camp Kabbalah in Kaduna aims to equip soldiers with advanced combat skills, intelligence operations, and rapid response tactics. Minister of Defense Alhaji Mohammed Abubakar described the initiative as a strategic move to enhance national security and protect citizens. He emphasized that modern security challenges require well-trained forces capable of executing specialized operations in complex environments. And the training covers counterterrorism, hostage rescue, programs in strengthening Nigeria's defense capabilities. He praised the state-of-the-art training facilities and stressed the importance of collaboration among security agencies. He also expressed confidence that the Special Operations Forces would play a crucial role in tackling evolving security challenges and threats within and beyond Nigerian borders. Now, in a bid to address Nigeria's low human capital index ranking, unemployment, and other challenges, President Bola Tinubu has launched the Nigerian Youth Academy, NIYA. According to a statement by Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Communications, Stanley Nkocha, the project, which was officially launched at the Council Chambers of the Presidential Villa Abuja, comes when the unemployment rate in Nigeria decreased to 4.3% in the second quarter of 2024, reflecting a 1 percentage point drop from the 5.3% recorded in the first quarter. Tinubu, who was represented by Vice President Kashim Shettima at the launch, affirmed the administration's resolve to equip Nigerian youths with required skills to enable them to compete effectively as key players on the global stage. The president highlighted key areas of importance to include world-class training in digital literacy, technical skills, entrepreneurship, and the creative industries. Now, the federal government has expressed readiness to take out individuals and organizations involved in unauthorized printing of national identification number cards, warning that offenders will face legal action. According to a statement by the National Identity Management Commission, the agency has observed the indiscriminate production of fake NIN cards by cyber cafes and other entities who charge unsuspecting Nigerians exorbitant fees for a legal service. The agency described the act as a violation of the NIMC Act number 23 of 2007 and cautioned Nigerians against using or accepting such unauthorized cards as valid identification, as security agencies have been notified and mandated to apprehend those engaged in the act. The NIMC reiterated that the NIN slips remains the only valid proof of identification and must be verified before use. The data agency also said it has finalized plans to launch an improved general multipurpose cards, which will serve as both an identity and payment card powered by Afrigo, a local payment platform. Now, still to come on the news, Nigerian equity market rebounds with gains of 369 billion naira. We will bring you details and many more stories after this break. To stay with us.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph, called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, Souq Enlightenment.
Welcome back. The Nigerian equity market rebounded on Monday with a gain of 369 billion naira as the all-share index rose by 0.56% to close at 105,551.39 points, reversing the losses recorded in the previous week. Total market capitalization stood at 60.2 trillion naira, reflecting renewed investor confidence in the equity market. Despite this gain, the equity market recorded a one-week loss of 0.23%, a four-week loss of 2.38%, but an overall year-to-year date gain on 2.5%. Royal Exchange led the gainers chart with a 10% increase, closing at 88 kobo per share, while Africa Prudential topped the losses table, shedding 53.64% to close at 15 naira 30 kobo per share. Now, Nigerian Exchange Limited has recorded a sharp decline in trading activity in February as total transactions dropped by 16.07% to 509.47 billion naira from 607.05 billion naira in January. The decline was driven by a significant withdrawal of foreign investors, whose transactions fell by 40.36% from 71.51 billion naira to 42.5 billion naira within the month. Data from the Nigerian Exchange Domestic and Foreign Portfolio Investment Report showed that foreign inflows dropped by 29.67% to 80.05 billion naira from 25.66 billion naira in January, while foregoing outflows also declined by 46.33.4 points and 0.60 billion naira from 45.85 billion naira. The drop in foreign participation reduced their overall sharp share of trading to just 8.37% compared to 11.78% in January, highlighting the continued dominance of domestic investors in the equities market. Nigerian Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, has reaffirmed its commitment to ensuring that only fit and proper individuals operating in Nigeria's capital market are allowed to remain within the system. Its statement issued by the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Imamotimi Agama, the Commission vowed to clamp down on fraudulent activities and protect investors. The 2025 is the year of zero tolerance for any activity that does not fall within the laws of Investment and Securities Act 2007. Now, Minister of Youth Development Ayodele Olawande has confirmed that the federal government will pay the backlog of 77,000 naira allowance for the National Youth Service Corps members. Speaking in a televised interview, Olawande said although the payment has faced several delays, the government would ensure that the payment assuring Service Corps members as well as those who were part of the scheme when the announcement was made of their disbursement. Olawande clarified that the delay in the allowance payment stemmed from the budgetary issues, noting that the increase was not initially included in the budget when the president announced it and therefore required a budgetary allocation before it could be paid. The new allowance, which was raised from the 33,000 naira to 77,000 naira in September 2024, has not yet been implemented despite previous assurances. Now, the Federal High Court in Abuja has adjourned its lawsuits challenging Nigeria's proposed expatriate employment levy to May 7th for the hearing of preliminary objections filed by the Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi, and the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo. The incorporated trustees of New Coastal Welfare Initiative filed the suit seeking to hold the implementation of the policy, which mandates companies employing expatriates to pay between $10,000 and $15,000 annually per worker. The government argued that the policy aims to regulate expatriate employment, develop local content, and generate national revenue, while the plaintiff claims it will hurt Nigeria's economy. The ministers have asked the court to dismiss the case, asserting that the plaintiff lacks legal standing and that the policy's implementation has been suspended. At Monday's hearing, Justice Inyang Ekwo instructed the plaintiff's counsel to obtain the Minister of Interior's preliminary objection filed on March 14th and respond accordingly. The plaintiff insists that the case is a public interest litigation and urged the court to reject the minister's objection. Now, still to come on the news, federal government partners a Brazilian company to establish 100,000 hectares of land for the purpose of ranching. Do stay with us.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluegbunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the Midday News. Now, the federal government is set to partner a Brazilian agriculture and livestock firm to establish 100,000 hectare of cattle ranch in Niger State. Minister of Livestock Development, Malam Idi Mukhtar, who disclosed this during a visit to Niger State Governor Umar Bago, revealed that the ranch is part of a 2.5 billion naira livestock investment agreement with the Brazilian firm. He said the project has been strategically planned to leverage Niger State's vast resources, including its abundance of water and favorable climate. Niger State Governor Umar Bago also pledged to commit 1.2 million hectares of land to support the federal government's livestock development initiative, with 100,000 hectares of land earmarked for the ranch. The Minister of Livestock Development also revealed that the proposed ranch would house 100,000 bulls, noting that financial negotiations with the Brazilian firm and other investors are still ongoing. Now, the Lagos State government has signed a memorandum of understanding with the United Kingdom and the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office to establish international financial centers across the state. The move aims to position Lagos as a global financial hub, driving economic growth and uniting local and foreign investors. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu emphasized his administration's commitment to achieving the center, which will make Lagos the first city in sub-Saharan Africa with an international financial center. The center aims to create a predictable and reliable financial environment, putting Lagos and Nigeria on the world map. The Memorandum of Understanding signing was facilitated by Enterprise Nigeria under the Lagos International Financial Council. Key stakeholders include the Lagos State Commissioner for Finance and the Director of International Development of the UK were present at the ceremony. Now, Kano State stakeholders have come together to adopt a decision on brown rice into the state's feeding program. Key government officials, school administrators, and education stakeholders have jointly advocated in incorporating brown rice